Good evening, everybody. It is Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. Boy, the word global is so important for tonight's show because our planet is waking up and it's an incredible time to be alive. It's an incredible time in consciousness. We've got an incredible group of guests and presenters all talking about possibly one of the most important things that will happen for all of us individually and for us as a species: making contact. Making contact with our galactic family, making contact with that higher dimensional, higher consciousness that we need as human beings, and that is clearly making itself available. And it's a very pertinent topic. And I'm sure that all of you who are watching are aware that finally the New York Times, 60 Minutes, the Pentagon is acknowledging, yes, there is something out there. It's not of human nature. It's way more sophisticated than our technology. The doors are opening. And as the doors open in the external world, it's in direct correlation to how the doors are opening in our internal world, as each of us open our consciousness. And that's what tonight's show is all about. It's all about making contact with our galactic family and with each other. And of course, to do this show, it's a Mark Sims show. And this is the fourth or fifth time we've collaborated with Mark, and he brings so much to the table. So I want to just briefly, we'll see him in a moment, a brief spotlight on Mark and Danny Sheehan, the amazing Danny. And we're going to hear from both these guys. Thank you, Mark, for being our sponsor and making this show happen tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And thank you, Deborah. The two of you are my heroes for doing this show. And let me arrange this. So, yeah, there she is, the great Deborah Giusti, my dear friend. We were just talking about our first meeting, and I've got such fond memories of how we met and the reason we met. So, but I just am so happy that this day has come. This is a watershed moment in my life, and I think in everyone who's here realizes the importance of what's happening in our world today. The issue of the fact that our government has recently acknowledged the existence of extraterrestrial vehicles in our airspace, and that it's not just once in a while, but as we saw in 60 Minutes back on May 16th, just 2 weekends ago, we saw a aircraft or a F-18 squadron pilot, Ryan Graves was his name, and he said during that interview on the 60 Minutes segment that they had been seeing these UAPs for 2 years on a daily basis. That is pretty amazing. And you know, it begs the question, well, did they take any pictures out of their cockpit? Yes, they did. It begs the question, did they make contact? I mean, there's this, seemingly contrived narrative about, is this a threat? Is this a problem? Well, after daily contact for 2 years, you would think that maybe they would have reached out and tried to establish communications, and maybe they're holding something back. So what this evening's about is taking the step that only we can take as a global citizenry to initiate diplomatic relations with our star family. And that's what I feel my calling is. Danny feels that's what his calling is. And the others here tonight on this panel feel that they have a role to play in that. And it's time now for us to step forward and do the work that we are here to do. And I couldn't be more excited about it. So here we go.
Absolutely, Dan. Could not have put it better. And to tell us all of the amazing panel that you have put together for us, Deborah, who do we got tonight? Tell us about that.
Well, welcome everyone to what's going to be an extremely amazing show. And the theme tonight is making contact with our galactic family. And we thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all your donations. When you register, this really helps us produce the show, and donations into GoFundMe. And we are now also creating our season 6, An Incredible Mix. But tonight, well, times are a-changing. And I know many of you have been aware of our galactic family for many years, but now the opportunity is manifesting for the total human collective to become aware of our galactic families. And as we've shared, this is beginning to happen now through mainstream media, whistleblowers coming out, disclosure through governments around the world, and finally, our United States government releasing information. And what's so important is this can lead to our human family evolving to a whole nother level of awareness, consciousness, and being able to engage in expanded relationships with our galactic family. So we thank Mark Sims and also Alan Steinfeld, who is part of creating this show as well, to bring together incredible thought leaders in the field and many who have had direct personal experience. So I'd love to introduce them to you now. And I want to again acknowledge Mark Sims, who is a spiritual scientist. He's a computer scientist, Harvard Business School alumni, and he's had face-to-face contact and experience that profoundly changed his life and empowered his passion to focus on supporting the healing of the planet and creating world peace. He also hosts CE5 events. Thank you, Mark. And we're extremely happy to have Whitley Strieber, who has authored over 40 world-changing books, including Communion and The Coming Global Superstorm, which was made into a feature film. Welcome, Whitley. And we're so happy to have Daniel Sheehan, who is at Harvard College, graduate and of Divinity School. He's trained in constitutional litigation, and he's an attorney who for 5 decades has worked as a federal civil constitution rights attorney. He's an author, public speaker, and he's been on the ground working with so many causes and to right injustices in our country and around the world. Thank you, Danny, for all your work. And we have Alan Steinfeld, who is a writer, public speaker, author, television talk show host. He recently released the book, Making Contact, and his show on YouTube is New Realities. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you, Deborah.
We also have Jimmy Blanchette, who's an experiencer and a scientist with an engineering background in space communication and radio technology, and has developed a technique to contact extraterrestrials via the radio. And we're going to hear more about that later. Welcome, Jimmy.
Thank you, Deborah.
And we're so happy to have Bridget Nielsen. She's an intuitive healer, personal development mentor. She specializes in uniting our world with metaphysical reality and is very tuned into the galactics as a starseed. So happy to have you, Bridget.
Thank you so much.
And we have John Yost. He is, his career began in the US Treasury Department, where he attained the US Custom Broker's license and was paid as a consultant to the FBI in international trade matters. So he's got a lot to share. And we're happy to have Zenka Caro. She's a system architect focused on optimizing networks. She's founder of Exo Meta Universe, which is a citizen science platform to share this type of wisdom about non-human intelligence and other dimensions.
Thanks.
Welcome. And we also have Bruce Sugar. He's a career as an engineer and producer, reads like a who's who of popular music, including Ringo Starr, Paul McCartney, Joe Walsh, The Egos, Whitney Houston, and he has been nominated for Grammy for Best Sound Surround. We're going to be sharing some of his music on video. Welcome, Bruce.
Welcome, nice to be here.
And we're also going to have Fanny Starchild and Bagari Sundar, who's going to bless us with their music. They create music that's alive with spirit and reaches into the depths in guiding your home to soul. So we have an amazing presentation. Hang out with us. We're going to have an incredible after show as well. So thank you so much for joining us. And our GoFundMe today is going to be to support Saturday Night Alive. We are working on our season 6 incredible mix. It's a lot to put together, 3 months of 13 new shows, and we'd really love your support. This is brought to you free, but your donations is what really makes it happen. So please support our GoFundMe during the show, and we'll get right on it and bring you season 6 for July through September. And Scott, I believe we're going to start with an incredible video.
We are, we always like to start with powerful music. And for tonight, we are going to be sharing some of the incredible videos that Mark Sims put together. He put some of these originally together for his Harmonic Convergence 2020, which was such a success. There might be something we might hear a little bit about, just a little foreshadowing there for you. So for those of you who saw these during the Harmonic Convergence 2020, you'll remember them. They're great. And some of them were actually created by Bruce. But we really want to start with this one. I love it. It's called The Arrival Countdown. Let's take a look and really just enjoy the visuals and the music and how it just uplifts us into what this whole show tonight is all about. Hmm. It's always so beautiful to be reminded about valiant Thor. And I always, when I see that video and the little boy with the big, beautiful blue eyes, isn't that Mark Sims? You know, that's like Mark. It's like little Mark looking up to the skies because he knows he has a destiny. That's always what I think when I see that image, Mark. And to tell us about our first presenter, you're going to really love her. Here's Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. We are so happy to have our first presenter as Bridget Nielsen. She is definitely a testimony to the waking up of youth that's happening now. She's an intuitive healer, personal development mentor, and she has evolved as an international speaker. What's amazing is she has inspired the lives of many with over 200 videos and 2.7 million viewers. But what's really special about her is her passion for this topic, her awareness, and her deep spiritual connection to this topic of being connected with our galactic family. So welcome, Bridget. So happy to have you. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much, Deborah. I'm so honored to be here, and thank you everyone else for being here too. This is just beyond belief for me a little bit, because as we were preparing for this show right now, I just got to sit and realize the legends that you're about to see as this show continues on, that have been at this, have been at contact, have been at working with the expansion of consciousness and helping humans for, decades, 40 years plus. And I've been at this for about 1 decade. And so I'm really honored to be amongst all of the people here, especially at this time, because this time is absolutely incredible. And I'm not just talking about, this time, in the 2000s. I'm saying right now, I'm saying this year is profound, and contact has already begun, and disclosure is really, really picking up. And that's what a lot of the speakers are going to share about tonight, which is so exciting, because for many of us, depending on how long you've been at this, maybe you've been at this for years, decades and decades, or maybe you're a little bit newer to this concept of awakening and disclosure. Wherever you're at on the path, this is the time. And so this also has been prophesized for thousands of years by the Toltecs with the gateway shift that happened just yesterday. And so it's really at this point in human consciousness and this transition that then we can start to ask ourselves and offer the invitation to all of you as to what we're going to do with this time and who we want to be. And when I started on this path and I started awakening up to different experiences of contact that I have had, extraterrestrial and with angels and with all different kinds of beings, one of the things that came to the forefront a decade ago, because disclosure wasn't happening, is the idea of the microcosm and the macrocosm. That which we do within happens on the macro scale, right? And we're seeing that now. All the work that everyone's put in around the planet, even if it's a few, has shifted consciousness to the point where we are at where we're at today with disclosure happening. And so at that time, I asked myself, how can I disclose more in myself? And I'm talking about on all levels. I'm talking about more in our personal life. I'm also talking about those experiences that we've had, or maybe just those inklings and that inspiration that wells up deep inside of us of knowing that there's more to life than just what we are experiencing on Earth, that we know that there's massive things happening in the cosmos, even if it's just that inkling. If we start tapping into that and start disclosing and talking about it with each other, and to start disclosing and just starting to emanate that frequency, emanate that energy, so that other people continue to feel it more and more. And the thing is too, is because there's a lot happening. This world, this planet, it can be a lot at times, and it can be a lot, especially for those of us that are sensitive, for those of us that have had these different experiences and maybe don't have a place for it to land. And in reality, we do now. We have each other, and there's more of a momentum built than we think, and more that we can really tap into. So just tapping into that is really the invitation that I propose to everyone this evening. And in that, because the world can be hard sometimes, and it's been a lot that we've gone through as humanity in the past year, it's important to let the transmission of this evening and let the transmission of what's happening right now with contact right now with consciousness to start to permeate the very fabric of your being, to really let it make you come alive. Because I think a lot of us in these times can become a bit apathetic, or it's like, it's coming, now's the time, 2012, or now's the time. And so now we're sitting here, and it is the time, and it is being disclosed by the governments. And I find myself even going, oh, wow, okay, this is what I've been waiting for a long time. And so continuing to deepen and to continuing to be present and continuing to be positive as we go forward in this, to go in it consciously, because this reality is wanting to stay a little bit dense, and we're taking off of the, you know, the different cloaks that we've put on and the different conditioning and programs, and to just let everything that's happening right now be your new reality, because it is. So tuning into that, and as we tune into that, what starts to happen is it ignites our godhood. It ignites the fact that we are creator beings, and we've been told that we're not. A lot of the time we're told that we're separate, and different conditioning on the planet has said that and spread that for a really long time. But in reality, we are connected to way more than we can even comprehend. And a lot of us have had those kinds of experiences. And that's what tonight is about. It's about contact with the cosmos. It's about contact with ourselves. It's about contact with each other, and really coming into that space of unity and that space of perception beyond even the five senses, the perception beyond that we experience in our dreams, that we experience when we have that deeper feeling and that deeper knowingness inside. And so as we tune into that energy, that is what's going to shift and transform things for us right now on the planet. And so keeping in line, keeping in awareness that our creatorhood, that heightened state of awareness, that heightened state of consciousness, is what is required, particularly as we move into this next stage of actual physical contact. And right now it might be psychic contact, might be little messages that we get, it might be impulses or frequencies, it might be dreams. That's where I get a lot of mine. That's why I keep saying it. And so wherever it's coming from, realizing that as we tune into and we embody and embrace more of our empowerment as these infinite beings that we already are, we will be at the level of consciousness. And that will also allow us to shed away the things that don't serve us and don't work for us, those old conditioning patterns, so that we're ready for those moments of heightened contact to occur. So that when contact occurs, we don't have to go through psychic shock or have to go through as much, but we can let go of those things right now and do our personal work. And as we also just tap into that greater creatorhood, it'll naturally happen. Those things will come up, and some of them might be challenging, but they'll fall away. And then we can also attune to our missions and attune to the purpose of why we're here right now on the planet and what we can do to be of service. Many of us have been at this for a while, and now is the time not just to hold the light, which is definitely still needed, but to also take action and to support this change, this uprising that's happening now, that's being reflected in the governments and reflected outside of us. But it started within. It started with this flame that's been carried for generations of this deeper inner knowing. And now is the time to move into that and to shift into this deeper level of attunement to our higher calling, so that we can connect with more of ourselves, and realizing that within us, we have all of those capacities. We have the capacities to be in direct communication to our higher self, to our ancestors, to the earth, listening to what she needs, connecting with the cosmos, connecting with all things. and primarily connecting with each other. Because so much of what the galactics and many of these higher consciousness beings are connected to is oneness, is unity consciousness, is higher levels of consciousness, which is not individuation. And we're used to being separate, and often, especially last year, we were put into separate houses, and it's this perception of separation. But that's not the reality. And so as we come together and make contact with each other, and we come together and are in contact with ourselves in unity as a humanity, that is the collective consciousness necessary to, again, match the vibration of these higher dimensional beings and receive and retrieve this information and this remembrance that lives within us, that we're made up of as little dust particles of the universe that have purpose and have presence right now on the planet. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm really excited to you guys have a really good show coming. So I'm stoked for all that everyone has to share here, and it's truly a privilege to be here right now on the planet. And I think remembering that it is an honor to be here right now, even if it's tough. This is like the growing pains, right? It's the growing pains of moving into a new stage at times, or when we go through detoxes, it's that uncomfortable feeling that happens when we're moving to a next stage of cohesive geometry in this new level of consciousness and positivity and light and contact that we're moving to right now on the planet. So that is my spiel for the moment as to what we have upcoming for you. And it's truly an honor being of the young folk, as they were saying in the introduction, being in the young folk. And through that, I just want to honor all the generations and all the contribution that has been made, and that the young folk out there continue to bring the light and continue to be present for this process, because we're all needed in this. So thank you, everyone.
That was just beautifully stated, Bridget. Absolutely beautiful. And I don't think I had told you this, but a few weeks ago, when a lot of you were in Sedona, I kept hearing about you. Deborah Giusti said, "Oh my God, I met this amazing woman, Bridget Nielsen. We got to have her on the show." And then Alan Steinfeld said, "Scott, we got to get Bridget Nielsen on the May 29th show." And then I'm talking to Mark Sims, who goes, "I met this amazing young woman in Sedona. We've got to get her on the show." So everybody who met you, and of course now all of us in our audience, understand why, because you really are, you have a wonderful wisdom and a wonderful ability to really express clearly very important information. And I want to share a couple of websites.
Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. I'll pay you later.
All right, so now here's how we get more Bridget Nielsen. First of all, go to her website and register. And her website is her name, Bridget Nielsen. I'm going to spell it BRIDGET, Bridget Nielsen, NIELSEN.com. And when you get there, you want to immediately sign up for her amazing stuff that she's offering. She is so generous. It's remarkable how much she gives to people. So you want to go right in, get your free MP3, and then scroll around, take a look at all the things that she's offering, including courses. And she's got an ancestral healing course. When we had our sound check, we talked about that. And I really want to encourage people to take this course. It is so important for us to understand our epigenetics and our ancestral healing. So very briefly, tell us a little bit about this course, Bridget.
Yeah, so one of the big pieces of guidance I've gotten from the Galactics and all kinds of spiritual beings is that it's so important to clear out the baggage and clear out the clutter so that we can activate and access in our genetics all of the gifts that we need that are required for this stage of awakening and where we came from, and also to tap in to the amazing support and the amazing gifts that we have to access in our lineage. So that's what I do in the course, is we clear out all the clutter that isn't yours, and then we prepare and open the gateways for pure energy to run through your genetics and to run through your physical being and your energetic being here on this planet as an incarnated human.
Fantastic. And already I want to make sure that we schedule you for season 7, Sacred Saw Wayne. I want us to make sure we collaborate with you on a show then.
Oh yeah, it's the best. Got to get that Celtic stuff in there.
Absolutely. The last thing I want to show briefly is her YouTube channel. Again, just go to youtube.com and then her name, Bridget Nielsen, and look at all the different things that she covers. I mean, this woman, she's Shakespearean in her ability to be so prolific. And all these incredibly important topics. And I watched some of them and they're all clear, just channeled wisdom. So Bridget, thank you so much for being on our show. And I sure hope you'll come back and be with us again soon.
Of course. Thank you so much. So appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, you know, it's so fun putting these shows together, but it is also a lot of work. And honestly, Deborah and I have had to expand our staff and expand our team so that we keep growing it. And hopefully you notice that we're adding more videos, we're adding more features, and we're beginning to organize more events. And so usually, you know, we have a nonprofit organization that we ask you to support. And thank you everybody for how generous you've been. Well, you know what? Tonight we're asking you to support us, to help us as we put together season 6. And so again, I'm pulling up our GoFundMe campaign. And it's simple, just go to GoFundMe and type in Global Peace Tribe, or you can copy the link. I know that Deborah is putting it in the chat box. And speaking of Deborah, here she is to share a little bit more.
Yes, we do this by donation because Scott and I are just mission driven to do this show. It's been amazing what we've created and very much spirit driven as well. But then on the ground, it does take a lot. So we're really asking for your green love tonight so we can have all that we need to go into season 6. But not only that, we're creating a whole new website so that you can go in and access all the replays of all our past 63 shows very easily if you want, that you'll be able to see all the extra events that we're creating really easily. And also that you can see all information on future shows. So your green love tonight is going to help create that website, create 13 more new shows for you. And we've already got some incredible ideas and bring in more staff to help us do what we're doing. So thank you so much. I'm going to put the GoFundMe link in the chat box, and it's always in the email that you receive for the replay on Monday. And then we send you what's happening for the next show on Wednesday. And then we send you a reminder on Saturday. So if you're not next to where you can click through now, just go to our email, or you can go to GoFundMe and just type in globalpeacedrive.com. And we love all levels of green love that you can give. So thank you so much for helping us move forward with this.
Thanks, Deborah. And you know, a reminder for all of you watching on Facebook or watching on one of the YouTube channels, come join us. We've got 442 people in our Zoom room right now, and we want you to come on into the Zoom room with us, because then it's easier for you to interact with us. You can interact with our amazing speakers, maybe even Bridget Nielsen, who you just met, or any of our other speakers. So come into our Zoom room, and it's easy. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com and register. globalpeacetribe.com and register. And I see more people are joining us rapidly. So hopefully that's some of you out there in Facebook land joining us. And I thought about it as Deborah was sharing with all the different things we let people know about. And those emails every week, just from us, we don't give it out to anybody else. But those emails keep you in touch with what's going on with us and our ever growing Global Peace Tribe. And the best way to get the replays and a reminder about our upcoming show once a week. So definitely you want to join that. You know, our executive producer is Jay Mayer, and you've met him. You have all seen him many times. And of course, our wonderful senior producer, Jan Kaplan. They're both on vacation. Jay's in Hawaii. He's playing a gig tonight. Jan's taking the night off. But they still are providing wonderful things for us, including tonight's Wisdom Jewel. And there's some pretty interesting quotes here. So let's take a look at some of the quotes that they found for tonight's Wisdom Jewel, all about tonight's topic. You know, those quotes were pretty interesting. And I have to say, the one from Reagan is a little scary. I'd be curious to see what Danny Sheehan has to say about that, because there has been a lot of speculation that there would be certain forces within the shadow government, or whatever you want to call it, that would like to create the sense that aliens are a threat as opposed to benevolent. So it's interesting that Reagan had that quote, very different, energetic than what Obama or even Jimmy Carter have had to say. And as I look at Danny Sheehan, sitting right next to him is our co-host tonight. Mark Sims and Alan Steinfeld are both co-hosts tonight. And Mark, I would love for you to introduce Jimmy Blanchette.
Yes, it's such an honor to introduce our next guest. He's a very good friend. I met back in 2017 online. We were both members of one of the many CE5 Facebook groups, and I had back then posted a announcement for the very first time publicly about the harmonic convergence event. And Jimmy, I did not know him at the time, put up a challenge to say, well, I'm in contact with ETs, I'm an experiencer, and I'm going to ask them if what you say is true. And he got back the next day and said to everyone, what Mark says is true according to my sources. And so that began a long friendship. I lived in Michigan at the time. I ended up moving out here to California in 2017, and lo and behold, I live 20 miles from this guy. So now we've become good friends and neighbors. And so Jimmy, for those of you that don't know, has been an experiencer for many years. He grew up in Quebec, Canada. He was living as a young man in a rural area of northern Quebec. And since he didn't have a lot of neighbors and friends in the area, he decided to become an amateur radio enthusiast. He got his license as a young man, I believe at the age of 12. He was able to get his license. He built his first radio station, including the antenna. And then more recently, in 2015-16 period, he developed this new antenna called TARP, which is an acronym for Triangular Array Polarity, Rotational Polarity. And it looks like a huge thing that would be on a starship. He points it at the moon and at other celestial bodies to beam messages. And he developed a technique to initiate contact with ET intelligence using this antenna. And that evolved over years into doing it with a handheld radio. So I'm going to let Jimmy take over. It is such an honor to have you here, Jimmy. He's got a couple of videos he's going to share, and so he'll actually show you something he recently did to demonstrate this technique using a handheld radio.
Thank you so much, Mark, for the introduction. Really appreciate it. Hi, Scott. Hi, everyone. What a wonderful evening it is, and thank you for providing this wonderful platform to share this information. I will keep the talking relatively short because, as Mark just mentioned, I'd like to share two videos with the audience, and which is going to eat you up pretty much all the time we have. The first video is a recording that I produced earlier this week, actually, especially for this show tonight, as you will see. And it features a customized transmission addressed to the Galactic Federation, and followed by an attempt to get a reply from that broadcast. And so, again, that was produced earlier this week. The second video that you will see is a very special video, actually. It features key highlights of a very special visit I had on March 29, 2021, this year. I was honored to host our good friend Mark Sims at my home, and also Whitley Strieber, who was generous enough to drive to my place here. And so we had a wonderful afternoon. Mark, Whitley, and we took time to craft a customized message to our Galactic family. And as you will see in the video, the message is there, posted there. And we also broadcasted this message throughout the solar system using my large antenna and radio station here. So we blasted this message throughout the solar system at 150,000 watts of power. So the radio waves and the message physically reaches all the planets in our solar system and their moons, and goes far beyond, obviously. So these are the two videos I'd like to share with the audience tonight. There's not going to be a need to stop in between. I think we can just play them one after the other, as I just described. What's going to be happening. So, Scott, do you want to go ahead? Thank you.
Hi everyone, this recording is for the upcoming show, the Saturday Night Alive show. It is Thursday, May 27th, 2021. It is 5:34 p.m. I do have 4 radios set up here, and I have the iPad. I do have a message that's queued up. It is a message dedicated to the Galactic Federation, and so I'm going to pick a radio, transmit that message, and then we'll be waiting for a reply back. So here it is. Okay, so here are the 4 radios. I'm going to pick one. I'm going to pick this one here. I'm going to decrease the volume on the others briefly while we transmit to avoid the feedback noise. And I'm going to pick that radio, and I'm going to play this message dedicated to the Galactic Federation. So here we go. Transmission now. All right, the transmission is completed, so we'll turn up the volume on all the radios. And so we'll be monitoring. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We just saw here a reply coming through this very radio that we just used for the transmission to broadcast the message to the Galactic Federation. A very clear reply back interaction through the very radio used for the broadcast. And as we can see, all these radios are identical. They all set to the same frequency, and yet the non-human intelligence interacted through the very radio that was used for the broadcast only, and the other radios were not affected, which obviously breaks the laws of physics. So we got a successful experiment today again. Our cosmic family never fails to deliver and work with us. You should try it yourself. It works.
Beautiful. While I pull up the Whitley Strieber video, which I'll pull up in a second, I just want to acknowledge that Jimmy's done a lot, and you can go to YouTube and find him on YouTube. He's got some really, really cool stuff there that he's done. And he also has this website, which we'll take a look at, but let me go ahead and I'll play the Whitley video. Well, actually, I'm going to pull up the website. And just tell us briefly, while I pull up the Whitley video, about this website.
Sure, thank you, Scott. So this website actually is really the original website I put together years ago when I started building the my antenna array in the radio station. If you can see down a little bit, so I wanted to document the technical aspect of this as much as possible. So I created a website, and every time I had a new iteration in terms of the antenna I built or new discoveries, I did a lot of experiments. For instance, monitoring the galactic noise, for instance, and doing moon bounce communication, because this equipment initially was dedicated to do moon bounce communication, which essentially is a very exotic amateur radio communication technique that's just done by a very small group on the planet here, but essentially consists in bouncing radio waves off the surface of the moon and using essentially the moon as a passive reflector in order to establish a two-way communication here on planet Earth. So that was the original intent and purpose of this equipment. And when I started doing contact work and had my first contact on May 1st, 2017, I decided I said, why not use this capability, to make contact? And that's how my story started. I created messages and broadcasted them throughout the solar system, and surprisingly, I had answers. I got answers immediately. And so this is the origin of the website. Again, this is very focused technical, not truly about contact, but it shows, again, all my equipment and the hardware I've been using for all this time to establish contact.
All right. Well, thank you, Jimmy. And it's amazing what you're doing. Deborah will put into the chat box the link, but I'll also read it to everybody. The link is the letter K, the number 6, the letter F, the letter A, the letter H. So Kim 6, Frank Ann Howard.com. So there you have it. And now let's take a look at the video of the visit with Whitley.
And we have Sirius is there. All right, so that's Mars. Here we go. Mark Sims and Whitley Strieber, outstanding guest today. We have radios here set up. Just made a message which we broadcasted. And here we go. So the radios are starting to interact right now. This is, by the way, the radio I just used to transmit my message. Just so you know. Exactly that one here. And we should probably transmit one time actually. But yeah, we see.
Yep, there's the red one.
Yeah.
Hello.
So we got replies on every review that we broadcasted the message.
Yeah.
The red one.
Yeah.
And then earlier I transmitted with this one.
Okay.
And I just now broadcasted with this one.
Okay.
And I just want to point out that we had a lot of activity on B at the beginning, and I chose on purpose not to use that one. Let you choose the radio. You chose D, and now B is quiet and D. So, you know, it's just undeniable. And this has been our experience for months.
Keep an eye in the eye.
In the sky too.
Oh, yeah.
They may give us a sign.
Hmm. That's very, very cool. Very cool. Well, to introduce Whitley Strieber, I'm going to turn it over to our other co-host for the evening, the man who has brought us so much through new realities. Alan, please do unmute yourself. And here is Alan Steinfeld.
Well, there's nobody I know who's put more energy and awareness into this phenomena than Whitley Strieber. He is one of the warriors of our tribe, and he has forged a path, beginning with communion, which is so appropriate for this time in our history to acknowledge that this is not a threat. This is not anything we have thought. This is a communion. So with that, it's my honor to welcome Whitley Strieber to the program. Thank you, Whitley.
Well, thank you very much, Alan. And it's good to be here because we are doing it finally. I know when I started out, the atmosphere was really very different than it is now. And I went through a lot of derision and denial, and all kinds of things would happen. It was hard, but what wasn't hard was that from the beginning, there were a large number of people whose minds were open to this from the very beginning. When, let me get this picture off the wall. When this picture was painted, I remember sitting with the artist, and I told him exactly what to do. The head's a little smaller than it was originally. I mean, than what I saw was more massive dome, but the effect of it was the same. What I didn't know was that millions of people had seen that same face in their own lives. Most of them thought of it as a dream of some kind, that surely it had been a dream, but then they saw this book cover out there and they were stunned. They ended up thinking to themselves, not a dream at all. And this is the beginning, as far as I can tell, of contact. This is when it began, when something that had already been, it had already embedded itself in our lives and in our world. And the picture, more than the words in the book, certainly triggered, it activated all of these people all over the planet. Now we are finally, after an extraordinary amount of resistance, coming gradually to a place where there's going to be more openness, I hope. Now, that said, as I'm sure Danny will attest, there are liable to be any number of different maneuvers before any more information is given to the public, especially in the context of those congressional committees, to prevent that from happening, or to get a continuance so that they get another 6 months, which would really be never, and that sort of thing. So we just have to realize that this is still a battle. It's still a battle. What happened on 60 Minutes was marvelous, and especially two aspects of the public reaction. The first one was that people were open to it. The second one was that people didn't explode with horror. It is an amazing reaction. It's something that hasn't happened. It didn't certainly happen like that in the past, and now we have an authoritative event finally. And of course, what Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal and others did before that, and Jeremy Corbell, so many. But it's the funny thing about it is, it now appears that it's all happening just from 2004. But we know, all of us know, that it's a very old experience. It is something that has been with us, maybe not just for a few years or a couple of generations, but quite possibly for the whole of human history. Jacques Vallée's wonderful book, Passport to Magonia, points out relationships between what is known as the fairy lore, or contact with these strange little beings of the forest that used to happen during the Middle Ages, and the modern UFO literature, and in very exact relationships that were true of experiences in my own life. So I think what's probably really happening is we're changing more than they are. We're beginning to see them as they really are, not through the lens of a less than perfect understanding of the world around us. During the time of the fairy lore, for example, no one had ever flown in an airplane. We didn't really know what our bodies were. We didn't know anything at all about the universe. We just knew that there were some stars that we could see at night, and they were quite magnificent, but we didn't really understand the true immensity of what was there. So I have to say that we've come a long way. And now, at the same time that we've come a long way, obviously our planet is in trouble. The people always are blaming each other about this, but the visitors told me a long time ago that it was because of overpopulation. And so that led me to the following thought, that there are too many of us on the planet, and the planet is going to have a change of balance because of that. And it is likely that it's going to be very disruptive to human society. How disruptive depends on how well we manage it or do not do so. But we didn't do it. It happened for a very simple reason. We have big brains. We're very smart. We have, and don't ever think the visitors are necessarily smarter than us. They are differently designed, some of them, and that gives them an edge in certain ways, but not in all by any means. In any case, we have big brains, excellent memories, a very sensitive nervous system that's deeply invested in the physical world, forward-facing genitals, both male and female, no seasonality. Now, you add that up, and you're going to see a lot of babies. And that's exactly what's happened to the human race. And Thomas Malthus, back in the 18th century, showed that this massive increase in population would take place. And it has, exactly as he predicted, because it's simple math. It's not magic, it's math. Of course, some of us consider math a form of magic, but that's another story entirely. The question now, though, is if we accept that these entities are here, and the government has now admitted that they have remarkable capacities to move around in the atmosphere without any aerodynamic effect at all. If all that's true, then what if they've always been here? To me, that means this revolution extends beyond where we are now, way beyond. We have to look back across our past in a new way and see how it has been influenced. But more importantly, I think than anything, we've got to take a new and unbiased look at our DNA and ask ourselves, were we designed or were we altered? And we will be able to find those things. The record of that will be in our DNA. And if so, then my question, I have two more questions. Are the visitors here to watch us go through something that they designed us to experience? Or did they make a mistake? And are they here to try to fix it somehow? These are all amazingly pregnant questions I live with every day. I live with the visitors in my life. My own dead are in my life. My wife, Anne, is in my life. She's back there. And in here all the time. Now, could someone tell me how much time I have? I'm afraid I don't know. Scott, can you?
Yeah, you've got about 3 or 4 more minutes, Whitley.
Oh, okay, good. 3 or 4 more minutes. All right. What I would like to talk about then is the journey of the soul that's involved. Back in December of 1985, I had what could safely be described as a truly appalling experience. I was overcome by it. It overturned my world, changed everything. Once I realized they were real, I was absolutely riveted by this new world I was living in. This is what's called an initiatory experience. Many of you have had initiatory experiences of various kinds when your belief systems are completely overturned by something. Mark certainly did, and I'm sure that practically everyone in the audience at one time or another has had the same thing, an overturning. Mine was particularly violent because I was really stubborn. The visitors had been coming apparently, as near as I can figure, since the previous summer, and I had never acknowledged their presence. Finally, they dragged me out of the house and basically beat me up until I woke up and realized what was going on. This began the rest of my life. Now, where am I? And this is where I want to conclude. I live with them. They're here every night. I don't know to this day exactly what they are or who they are. I have a living relationship with my wife, Anne. I have an immense number of friends and associates in this field, all working together to try to create what's going to effectively be a gigantic initiatory experience for this whole planet. And it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be scary. It's going to shock all of us, including the ones who are trying to make it happen. And on the other side of it, there's going to be a new human species and a new world.
Beautiful, Whitley.
Yeah,
And
amazing.
and that was the name of one of Whitley's books, A New World, If You Can Take It. And I also want to say that picture Whitley showed us gave us the face of the ET. Before that, it was not iconic the way communion made it aware in everyone's mind around the planet. So you're a pioneer, and there's more work for you to do here, Whitley. So I'm happy you're on the team.
Thank you.
I want to thank you, Whitley. It's an honor to have you with us. And I want to let people know that Whitley is still providing us a lot. Please mark this website. It's unknowncountry.com. And there's a lot happening here. If you scroll down, you'll see, look at the news that he's just posted. I mean, just a couple days ago about the Doomsday Glacier on May 27th, hurricane season on May 24th, indigenous ancient technology in Peru, May 21st, and so it goes. Every 2 or 3 days, he's posting important news, the news that we might not be getting from our traditional news sources. And of course, you can also access his books, Jesus, A New Vision, A New World, The Afterlife Revolution that he wrote with his wife, Anne. There's a lot happening here. So please go to unknowncountry.com, unknowncountry.com. And again, thank you, Whitley, for just being such a pioneer and still continuing to help us wake up. And I just want to riff on, I love everything you say, but what really stands out for me is it's about how we are changing. It's not that they're changing, it's that we're growing up. We're hopefully maturing. We're going from a 1950s view of, aliens trying to kill us to recognizing that they have the consciousness we desperately need. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I want to invite everyone just to kind of, as we're going to show a little video that Jay prepared, and really use this as a moment to just absorb and take in what we just heard from Whitley, because there's a lot of wonderful wisdom there.
Thank you for blessing everyone watching this with your best blessings for everyone.
Radiant health.
Blessings.
Prosperity for
Blessings.
Maximum
Grace for
miracles
all.
for all members of the Global Peace Tribe.
Radiant health.
Blessings.
Thank you for blessing everyone watching
Maximum
this
grace.
with your best blessings for everyone.
All of our prayers are answered. Global Peace Tribe rocks. Miracles for all who are listening. Prosperity for all.
And of course, that's very much a Jay Mayer light touch creation for us. And my cursor is not behaving like it normally is supposed to. So it's fun. And I just do appreciate Jay and his beautiful vision for us to all be blessed. And again, in light touch, that's so much of what he does. He leads us into really remembering to acknowledge our many, many blessings. Well, it's time for another Mark Sims video. And this is one of my favorites. It's the Age of Aquarius, as envisioned by Mark. And in a moment, we're going to hear from Mark, and he'll share with us some of his creators that he created this with. So here we go.
harmony and understanding, sympathy and trust abounding. No more falsehoods or derisions, golden living dreams of vision, mystic crystal revelation, and the mind's true liberation. Aquarius, Aquarius. When the moon is in the seventh house, and Jupiter aligns with Mars, and peace will guide the planets, and love will steer the stars. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius, age of Aquarius, Aquarius, let the sun shine, let the sun shine in, the sun shining.
As I was putting together the agenda, I wanted to play that video just before introducing Mark Sims, because this is, as we've heard several people say tonight, this is it. This is the time we've all been preparing for. It's the reason we're alive. And that song, The Age of Aquarius, kind of woke us all up, and Whitley's book woke us up. There's all these different things. And to me, Mark Sims is the Age of Aquarius. His dedication to raising our consciousness and the way he puts so much love, and that's what makes Mark great. There's a lot of wonderful people doing a lot of wonderful work in the world, but I don't know anyone who does it with more love, more passion, more joy than Mark Sims. And so it's such a pleasure to work with you, Mark. And I know you have a prepared chat, and I want you to do that, but also a lot of the people in the chat room, after seeing the video with the walkie-talkies, if you just briefly explain how it works, how the signal going out and coming back in, because people are trying to, some people who haven't seen previous shows are a little curious about that.
Okay. Well, this is all a technique that was discovered by my friend Jimmy Blanchette, and I almost would like him to explain it, because I just give him the credit. There he is. Good. Thank you. So Jimmy discovered, well, Jimmy, why don't you tell how you came up with this wonderful idea? That's just brilliant.
Thanks, Mark. Well, you know, the journey started in 2017. Really, as I mentioned earlier, I had been working on a technical aspect of creating, my radio station for moon-bound communication. I started in 2013, actually. I made my first contact by moon-bound in 2013, and I worked really hard to, to improve the equipment, improve the technique, and so forth. In any case, then fast forward to 2017, I became interested in CE5. I watched videos about CE5. I was very intrigued by it. And I said, why not try this? I mean, it seems to be amazing. It's a revolutionary thing. And I always, was, convinced I knew we were not alone. There was just no chance we were alone anyway. And I had been, connected to the universe pretty much all my life and so forth. So I decided to go ahead and try that. But before trying it, I said, why not use this large radio station equipment I have here to enable that, and I ended up crafting a message, a binary code message back in 2017, addressed to the Galactic Federation. And it was just really an invitation message, really, with a greeting, coordinate times and dates where I will be, attempting my first contact experience. And I blasted it throughout the solar system at very high power. And so days later, I went to the contact site that I had identified. I was alone. I was actually just going there to scout the location, scout the site for future contact work. I was really not expecting anything. Really, I had, sent that message, but, I was not expecting anything. So I ended up going to the contact site, which was at a very remote location in Los Padres National Park, with no cell signal, nothing. It's very remote. There's no human, technology there, installations. And shortly after my arrival, 20 minutes into my arrival, actually, a reply came back. But the reply came back through a small handheld radio, which I had set to the same frequency that I had transmitted the message with my large radio station. And that's how it started. Initially, I really did not make the connection that this was a reply from non-human intelligence. I've never drawn that conclusion so quickly. I needed to eliminate all possibilities of false positive and so forth. So I did a lot of work in the following days and weeks and repeated that experiment. And again, the same thing happened again. I had reply, and then I started having sightings and a lot of, very, phenomena that were very, non-human, if you will. And that's how my journey started. So this is a bit the background on how I started it. And I kind of reformatted the technique to adapt it to handheld radio. So this could be utilized by the general population, right? It's and again, these people may say, this is a backward technology, and it is. I mean, it is just, this is just really a technological aid. That's how I look at it. Technological aid to help us and enable us to make contact with non-human intelligence. That's how it is. And people don't realize it, but this signal that's transmitted with a small handheld radio will reach the moon, literally. Technically, that signal will reach the moon because there's no obstacles. So your voice will be heard as far as the moon and beyond, with that just like that technological aid. And so, not surprisingly, we know now, and it's very clear, the Pentagon released it again, that we know we're not alone, and it's all over the news now. So they are around us. They are not very far anyway. And so they are very clearly, at least based on my experience, monitoring all the communications that are emanating from planet Earth, decoding this communication. If they have to act upon it, they're going to act upon this communication. So if you send a signal, a transmission with a sincere intent of contact, you can expect a reply. And that's what happened to me and to Mark and to many other folks as well. We've used the methodology now for a few years all over the world, really. So it's been validated all over the world.
Jimmy, I'm going to read one quick question that kind of summarizes some of the questions that have been coming in. Dr. Laura writes, Jimmy, how do you translate your complex messages into radio frequency? And then what are the ETs saying back? Of course, all we hear is white noise.
Okay. Well, the messages, there's a software called Photo Sounder, and it allows to turn images into audio sound, if you will, converts images into audio wave. So you can select the frequencies, adjust the proper parameter of your frequency range, the duration of your message. So that's the software. To answer the question directly, that's the software that I used over the last couple of years now to turn these messages into audio file, which can then be transmitted via radio waves. And in terms of what we get in terms of reply, well, this is pretty loaded question. I will say, first of all, I see that as an affirmation. We are getting an acknowledgement of our transmission. If you look at the video that was presented earlier, after transmitting the message with the radio that was, one of the four radio that was there, the reply that came back, the non-human intelligence triggered specifically and only the radio that I had used to broadcast the message to them. Right. And all the other radios that were laid out on the table here were set to the same frequency. They were identical. And yet the non-human intelligence were able to trigger only the radio I used for the broadcast, which breaks the laws of physics, obviously. If all these radios are set to the same frequency, they're identical. If there will be any kind of electromagnetic radio wave driving that interaction, all the radios will have gone off at the same time. It's not what happened. So clearly using very advanced technology to interact with us, which is not based on radio waves, just to be very clear. It's not based on radio waves. It's something else that's much more advanced than that. And are there messages? Well, I know there are frequencies embedded in these transmissions, in these interactions, which I've decoded using spectrum analyzer. So there's information contained in them. And also, I've learned over time, and I'm more and more convinced that actually they're not only sending an affirmation and frequencies that we can interpret to, for different purpose, if you will, but they're also sending energy. There's an energy bubble, if you will, that's flowing through the radio that's maybe interacting with our bioelectric field with us. I've conducted several experiments to demonstrate that and prove that. And we can, for instance, transfer the energy from one radio, and we touch another radio, and that energy will flow and will start, flowing in the other radio, which is not supposed to happen. I mean, if you're receiving a radio wave, you're not transmitting a radio wave. So how can you induce an energy from one radio that's actually receiving something? So it seems to be really energy flowing through the device. And one can just imagine what that energy or the purpose of that energy may be. Remember that energy can be used for, sound, radio sound can be used even to levitate, or frequencies can be used to modify DNA, for instance, or all kind of effects. So it's pretty profound. And I think it's probably well beyond what we can imagine in terms of, purpose and nature, but it's, there's more work to be done there, obviously, to keep digging into this. And we're doing that work.
Jimmy, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us to explain a little bit. And we are planning on taking just a few questions at the end of the show. So I'm sure there'll be a few more for you, and or you can always take a look at some of the questions coming up in the chat box. Thank you so much for sharing your technology and your wisdom with us, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Mark, it's all yours.
All right. Well, I was debating what I should talk about tonight, and I think of, I've told my story about my contact experience back in 2012, and one of the questions I'm sure many people may have is, why Mark Sims? Why this guy? I certainly have asked myself that many times, and the answer I got from Tejbar at the time I asked him, which was within a few hours of our contact experience, he said, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And that sounded vaguely familiar, and I didn't go on. I just was curious to ask more about him. And I learned much later, that that's an old Buddhist quote or Buddhist saying. And I interpreted at the time like, maybe this was just meant to be, and these ETs are real. And I was inquiring. I had this insatiable curiosity for the truth about them, whether they existed. And so here I was, a student ready for some learning, and I was getting it in spades. But looking now back on, what I know about this phenomenon and where this magic carpet ride the human family are on together, I believe that there are some unique things about my history, about my education and my business experience that have uniquely qualified me for this role. And one of those is the fact that I had started a software company called NanoRex, which developed a 3D modeling system for designing and simulating what are called nanomachines, nanoscale machine systems. And I, at some point when I started that company and put together an amazing team of software programmers, including the one and only Dr. K. Eric Drexler, who wrote the book Engines of Creation and Nanosystems. He's considered the foremost expert on nanotechnology. And he came on as our originally on my advisory board, my scientific advisory board when I started the company, and then he joined the company as the chief technology advisor in 2006. And during this period of 2006, when he joined, we began a collaboration with Caltech in a group of scientists there that called themselves structural DNA nanotechnologists. And the reason we began a collaboration with them is because they were using single-stranded DNA to construct very complex three-dimensional structures that they had programmed. And they used this method called DNA origami, in which they would design a structure, a target structure they wanted to synthesize in the lab, and then synthesize all the individual strands that made up that structure. And then through what's called a one-pot reaction, they would mix the strands together in distilled water, add some magnesium, heat it up, cool it down. And after about 12 hours, you could take a drop of the solution and put it on a slide and image billions of copies of this target structure that was designed. And we felt our software could accelerate this research, and it represented a roadmap for us to create our software that could actually not only simulate or design and simulate a target structure on the computer that was nanoscale, but we could actually fabricate it. And when we did this, we started this collaboration in 2006, and by 2007, we had enough features in the software to actually create something. And we did that in 2008. It was synthesized at the lab at Caltech at the Winfrey lab. And it was done by Dr. Paul Rodeman, who invented this DNA origami method. And what it, and through the software development and adding support for designing things out of DNA, I learned a lot about DNA. I had assumed it was simply a biological material used in the human body and in nature for storing biological information about the thing it was in, like us. You know, every one of our cells, with the exclusion of blood cells and our sperm, and eggs, have a full complement of our chromosomes, of our human genome. And so I got intimately familiar with the way DNA works in the body, how it's used in the body to translate into proteins that keep us alive. And I learned some very, very peculiar things that very few people are aware of about DNA. And now that I am where I'm at in this adventure, I now believe I have a very good idea of what's being done to us. And what I mean by being, I don't want to imply, well, I'm on a tight ledge here. I don't want to, I guess I want to suggest that our DNA is, can be used to hybridize with other living creatures, and that there may be a good reason for doing that. And so how that's done, I can understand. And there are enough clues in the years of UFO and ET research for me to see how we go from the Homo sapien that we are today to some other thing. Let's call it Homo illuminatus or Homo galacticus. Maybe that's a better term I've heard used before, and I like that one actually with the theme of our show today. So I know mechanically how this might take place, and so I feel like I'm in this unique position to maybe share with those that are ready what this hybridization program is all about. You know, people like Whitley and Bridget here can tell you from first-person accounts that yes, indeed, there's a hybridization program afoot. What is that about? It sounds nefarious at first blush, but the fact is, no, it's not. There's a purpose to this. It's a divine purpose, in my opinion. It's that there's something very important and good taking place. And through this revelation, that it's actually something that is very beautiful and important and about our next stage of evolution. It's exciting and it's all good. It's really, I believe it's all good. And so that's where I'm at with it. And I feel like I'm a type of evangelist here to give the good news. And that's what I've committed my life to. That's why I smile like I do. That's why I'm glowing all the time. That's why my eyes are so bright, because I live this optimism. And I want it to be contagious, because really there's nothing to fear here. It's going to be amazing. So I'm here with very good news, and it's very complicated. And my goal is to share what I know and some of the things I know for sure. And there's some things I don't know for sure, but I can speculate with some good data that I've accumulated over the years, and with the help of beings like Tejbar and Danny Sheehan and Whitley Strieber. You know, I've been able to put the puzzle pieces together and solve a mystery, the biggest mystery that is facing the human family. And so I'm going to stop there and leave you with a little bit of a cliffhanger. And that is, we have a show coming up in a week from tonight, June 5th. And Danny will be on the show again. And we're going to have some new people. And there's one or two people that, if I can get them to come on, is going to blow people away. This is really big. This is a big deal. And so I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to announce anything else, but next week please come back, because I have a huge announcement about the harmonic convergence event that I did last year. I'm this close to pulling the trigger on a new event, and it would be premature because I haven't signed the contract. I'm negotiating right now to do this new event, and so I don't want to say things before too prematurely. So that's where I'm at. That's hopefully that addresses some of the questions I've seen on the chat about, the benevolence question, or what about the negative aspects of this? And I personally come from a perspective that it's all good. And I really mean that. And one day soon I'll explain what I mean by that, but it's a little too early.
Mark, thank you so much. You're such an inspiration, such an inspiration. And now we know that Mark does not suffer from premature evaluation. Hey, he did mention, we decided we were going to do another show next week. We were going to do a show on brain fitness. And frankly, between the 60 Minutes and New York Times revelations, the incredible work that Danny Sheehan's doing, and you're going to hear all about that a little bit later today. We decided that next week we're going to do a part 2 of tonight's show. So this is our new poster, hot off the press. So next week's show is called Raising Consciousness, Disclosure and Defending the Sacred, bridging UFO and UAP disclosure with on-the-ground support for our activists. Now, some of you may not know, and we're going to show a little video about this in a moment, a little bit later, that there's a big protest, very similar to Standing Rock, which Danny and Mark were very involved in. There's another one taking place starting next weekend up in Minnesota, Michigan, northern Michigan, to stop the Pipeline 3 project. And so a lot of our friends are flying out and going out there for it. So we're going to have more on what's happening with our kind of communication with interdimensional and extraterrestrial. But we're also going to have, we're going to hear from Winona LaDuke and Danny Sheehan about how we can all support our friends and our activists. You know, we're reaching to the skies while also grounding it here on the earth. So thank you, Mark, so much for sponsoring our shows, bringing amazing people to us. And, you know, most of all, just that loving, positive energy. You are the age of Aquarius.
Thank you.
So
That's wonderful.
in putting together the agenda, as I said, I wanted to start with the age of Aquarius video. But after Mark spoke, I want to play another Mark Sims video. And it's his version of Imagine. And like he just said, he believes, he more than believes, he knows that there is a positive outcome. And I think our great global peace tribe is attracted to that because we are the butterfly cells. We are the imaginal cells. And yes, there is an old paradigm caterpillar that's dying, and it needs to die because it was not sustainable. It was like a caterpillar. It was eating too much. It was feeding too much. It was out of control. But we are the imaginal cells finding each other, and we each have a role. Mark has a role, Zenka has a role, Whitley has a role. Each and every one of you has a role in creating something very beautiful and very new. And just imagine that when the imaginal cells are finding each other, they're just aware that there's a lot of death going on and things are crazy. And, you know, they don't know that they're going to become a butterfly, but they know, I want to connect to Mark Sims. I want to connect to these other imaginal cells because there's something special happening here. And that's who we are, and that's what's taking place. So taking what Mark said, what we've heard tonight, I invite us all to really drop into Imagine.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, but no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. And they may say we are dreamers, but we're not the only ones. No need for greed or hunger. A family of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. And they may say we are dreamers, but we're not the only ones. Oh, we know today you'll join us. Oh, and the world will be as one. Oh, imagine, oh, imagine your dreamers, imagine, imagine the world is one.
Wow. Mark, I am so grateful for these amazing videos that you've created. And I would love for you to take a moment to introduce our next guest, the wonderful, delightful Zenka Caro.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, I met Zenka last year during the harmonic convergence. She was on the Unified team, and she was just a powerhouse. Luckily, she stayed at my house one night because we didn't have enough rooms for everybody. And we had breakfast together, and we sat in the hot tub, and we talked for a little while. And so that began a friendship that has lasted almost a year now. And it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce this incredible woman who has started a new company, a new website called exometaverse.org. And it is just phenomenal what she does. I mean, she's like I said, a powerhouse is the word that comes to mind. And she's got so much energy. Whenever I'm feeling like little, down or low on energy, I'll call her up just to get a recharge. So I give you Zenka Caro from Sedona.
Thank you so much, Mark. It's interesting that you mentioned that night that I, in the harmonic convergence when I crashed at your place, because it was so profound. I woke up, crashed out on a couch there, and a bird had gotten caught inside his house. And he was like, oh my God. And he said, okay. And he grabbed the bird. It was lying right next to him. And he let it go outside. And I was like, wow, that's such a metaphor for my life. Like, I'm finally stepping into my passion and my truth. And it was really profound. And tonight has really been profound too. That video, Imagine, Bridget talked about, we are all creator gods. So when you look at the Maharishi effect and things like that, we are creating what is to unfold right now. And if you don't like what's on the TV, turn it off. We're making TV right now. Scott is and Debbie is they're making TV, right? So we are going to guide what happens here. There's enough of us. We have a tipping point. So let's be clear about that. And, Scott mentioned recently, we all have a role, and that couldn't be more true. So the 457 people that are online right now, I'm telling you, I'm reminding you that you have a role in this, right? You have a role in disclosure. You have a role in science. You have a role in discovery. You have a role in this galactic narrative. And, I want to share a couple things tonight. I want to share some of my research with these radios that that Scott and Mark have gotten me excited about, because I'm such a curious person. I was like, yeah, I'll do this research. I'll buy one of these radios. So I want to share a little bit about my research with that. And then I also want to zoom out and show you some of the big picture of this movement and the numbers that we're generating. So let me just go ahead and share this video first. So hopefully this gets you guys excited too about stepping into citizen science and trying it out. It's a lot of fun.
Do you want to say anything right now? Some of my experiences have been really interesting. So it started out just getting noises back just on one radio has been so fun. And, you know, then I realized, Mark and I were like, wow, you know, they're respectful. Like, we'll leave the radios on all night long and they won't talk to us in the middle of the night. They know we're sleeping. And then in the morning, you know, they're always, I turn them on in the mornings. They're like super active and talkative. And it's really struck me that how emotional they are. So it's, you know, sometimes they talk really fast and sometimes it's just a beep like that. Yeah, like I think that one beep is yes. I started an experiment yesterday where I was like, can you guys say 2 beeps if you're Arcturian, 3 beeps if you're Syrian, 4 beeps if you're Palladian? And I was getting different beep things and I was like, oh my God, this would be so cool if we could have a more complex way to communicate. 1, 2, 3. It was 1, 2, 3. Four. So we got 1 beep, we got 3 beeps, and we got 4 beeps. That is so cool. I love you guys. Can we do this one more time with a clean video? And we'll... Okay, 3 beeps. Okay. Dude, the beep is working, dude. I've never tried this experiment with them before. Thank you. Okay, wait, I'm gonna do this clean. But I can tell you that the emotional part of it is really complex. You know, it's like, I feel like, you know, it's like having a dog or something, or something even more than that. Like, I remember one time I went over to my friends, Jimmy had like beamed this message to show starships, right? And, you know, we saw a light ship. They were going crazy, like, and my friend was like, okay, now I believe you. And it was so cool. And then I thanked them on the way home and it was silence. And then I thanked them and they were like, da, 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 da. So it really is a really cool experience to be in relationship. And we look forward to all that is to come. We're just at the beginning and we're excited to welcome all you guys. You know, I had originally, I looked like, wow, are they sending us Morse code? And I'd gotten, you know, hooked up with experts and can you look at this? And we couldn't figure anything out. And then we've been taking the sounds and running it back through to see if they're sending pictures. We got a curve once that we're really excited about. You know, my son loves to talk to them. Like, he talks to them in beeps, which is really great.
Beep, 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 boop, bop, beep, beep, boop, bop, beep, beep, beep. Beep.
But yeah, it's a really charming, wondrous experiment, and we're excited to keep moving.
All right, so yeah, as you can see, it's just been so much fun. Let me get out of this. And I wanted to show some slides here. So, you know, Mark, you know, there's been a lot of repressed curiosity about ETs and things like that. It's been like kind of shameful for a lot of people to talk about this stuff. But Mark takes it all the way to the joy frequency because he's in the joy of it. And so is Alan, and so is, you know, it's like, so it's really fun. And I hope you guys join us in this. So I want to talk a little bit about, yeah, the citizen science, because we're in this weird paradigm shift, right? Like, we're being taught that we have more than 5 senses, like Bridget said, right? We're being taught that there's no matter, it's all frequency. You know, it's like, what? This is crazy. This is not what I learned, right? And so we've got this information. We know that that's true, that there is frequency, not matter, but knowledge is the bridge that we must all cross right now. All of you. Getting the first experience, having these direct experiences, whether it's healing or meditating or whatever it is, that's important. And then sharing all our wisdom, because if the universities aren't sharing or the government is sharing, we've got to find a way to share, right? Because You know, Alvin Toffler and his wife wrote 3 books that took them a decade each to write. And their last book was about this power shift. The power of today will be knowledge, right? And we're going to spread knowledge, right? The mystery schools are going to be open. We're going to spread all the information out. It's not centralized. We're not getting our news from one person or even 4 people. We are going to share the news together, right? So we're going to need some sort of a visual search, right? We're going to need data visualization to see ourselves, to see what we're doing as a whole. And one of the things that's really interesting if you zoom back out is that we've studied from 1750 to 1920, they did a chart of the sunspots, right? So the solar ejections. And then on the blue, it's the number of important historical events. So these are wars, inventions, blah, 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 right? So we are completely connected to the energetics, right, of the planet that we're on, right? So our nervous system spikes up, and we have 4 years until we're at a heightened state. We're either going to go to war or we're going to declare mass peace, right? So we've got our work cut out and we're healing now. So this is great, right? So if you look at the numbers, Maharishi effect or the extended Maharishi, it only takes 78 million of us to be in peace, to be in love, to really do this, right? And if you look at it, our numbers are growing, right? We are growing. This message is coming out, right? If you look at the galactic narratives, right, this is Google searches over time. You're seeing from 2004 to today, spiritual awakening is happening. Look at that. Starseed is happening. Okay, I just want to make sure you guys can see that. Palladians, look at the spike right there. Google's like showing this going through the roof. We are curious about these star races. Elder races. And there's a lot of spikes going on. I was checking healing, sound healing. The curve is going up, right? Solfeggio frequencies going up, psilocybin, ayahuasca, breath work, right? And if you look at spiritual awakening, so what is spiritual awakening? Look at it's happening, you guys. Like this is 2004, no one was talking about it. Right? Signs of a spiritual awakening, twin flames, cathartic release, off the charts right now. Ego death, increasing. Veganism, increasing. Solar flash, the curiosity, right? And if you look at UFOs, we get these spikes. Now, I don't know if these are movies. I have to go through each one of these dates and see like, why were they spiking? Well, maybe well, let's just spike this, right? Let's spike this. This was December 2017, and then there's one in 2020. So this is virus, right? This is us searching for virus. This is us searching for UAP, right? So let's own this narrative, you guys. Some of our work at the nonprofit is really looking at different groups. Like the Global Coherence Pulse and things like that, and really tracking, you know, Ancient Aliens had 700 followers in 24 hours. That's significant, right? And we're asking collective intelligent questions, like about the Mandela effect. Why do you think ETs are here? Well, we thought they're here to help humanity, right? We can organize our research on clairvoyance and things like that. So we have this taboo research buffet, right? And we've got to get through this knowledge to wisdom. If we look at awakening, people awakening in my research through traumatic events or illness. That's why we're having this pandemic, right? To give everyone a chance to wake up, right? To have the lights go out, to reconsider. And, you know, this is Mark's data from harmonic convergence that we got. This is how we make contact. Once you have your first contact experience, you have your second and your third and your fourth, and you're on your way. The obstacles and blocks to people are after they awake is feeling isolated and not feeling comfortable about talking to people. So this is important that we get together. We're in community. We're here for each other, right? That's really going to be critical. So we have to reimagine data visualizations. We're tracking, mapping sightings and events and things like that. And we're building a living library so we can look at ourselves and look at who's who in this world, right? and eventually we'll get to a very visual search. So again, this radio research, we have, we had John Ramirez from the CIA say, hey, you guys, for, a couple $100, you can have more research equipment than the entire NSA and CIA had, because everything went digital, right? So we can do these experiments, spoon bending, plasma things, rice experiments. It doesn't cost anything. Here we're studying a channeler and looking at quantum diagnostics. So again, I just leave you with this message is that, this narrative, we got to stay out of these corners, right? Of the victim, the savior, the perpetrator. We need to be in the middle, in curiosity. And I'm excited because now, they just said, yeah. So now, citizen science is inviting you in. It's $69 and you can participate in an experiment that no one can tell me why this is happening. I've gone to the airport, I've gone to research people like radio people. They can't explain why we're breaking the laws of physics. And I feel that this is definitely interdimensional contact. My son has this football, right, that lights up if you slam it. And it was lighting up on my floor the other day. They've set off my fire alarm. They know how to use electromagnetics. They're inviting us to invite them to make contact. So have fun making contact and share your experiences, because having first-hand knowledge is really what's gonna make it happen.
Zenka, you are fantastic. You really are. I just so appreciate your enthusiasm, but then backed up. I didn't know a lot of those statistics you just showed. The whole connection between sunspots and significant human events, that is a really fascinating, I mean, I'd love to just do a straight talk and have you really go into depth on some of that, because this is really what's great about your enthusiasm and then the backup of the data is the more we believe, the more we experience, and the more we experience, the more we believe, right? And it's like opening the doors, New York Times in 60 Minutes was a big deal because it made it safer for us to acknowledge what we already knew, already believed. And you're really contributing in a wonderful way with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I want to acknowledge and let you know where you guys can get more of her amazing data and what she's doing. She also does really great Zooms. So go to her website. It's exometaverse.org. I know that Deborah's been putting it into the chat box, but I'll read it to you. It's exometaverse.org. exometaverse.org. And Zenka, just briefly share with us a little bit about what's going on this website. What are some things that you really want people to know about?
Yeah, so we're actually in a rebuild right now of the whole website. So we're going to be offering people a space, and we're going to be, like I said, mapping our entire community. So who's who of crop circles, who's who of this radio research, who's who of that, right? So right now on the site that you can find, right, we do these events twice a month. Where we interview people. We also are doing a monthly map for ET Let's Talk. So they do contact, CE5s, right? And we publish that on a map and we support them with that. And we're actually redoing their whole website in our network, which is going to be amazing. And so, yeah, you can find research there. You can find contact stories. We're doing a, my first experience YouTube, like little documentary as well. So you can contribute to that. So there's also calendar events. There's also a ton of links of people in EXO. So it's going to be an exciting rollout this year.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Zenka. I know we'll be seeing a lot of you. God bless you. Thank you so much. We have a lot of wonderful people even in our audience, each and every one of you, all 444 people that are still with us. All of you in the Zoom room, you are so special to us. And I want to acknowledge Foster Gamble was just singing your praises, Zenka. Ruth Anderson, who runs Enlightened World Network, is with us. So welcome to all of you who are in our audience listening. And this is an invitation to any of you watching on Facebook. Come join us. There's a lot of show left. Wait till you hear from Danny Sheehan. Danny's got some really important information. We're still going to hear from John Yost and Alan Steinfeld. So plenty of show left. Plus, Mark is going to lead a CE6 to close out our show. So come on into the Zoom room. Come be a part of it. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com. That's globalpeacetribe.com and join us because this is where it's happening. My dogs are getting very excited. They're feeling my energy. All right. It is now time for, we have all these kind of things that we do every week. And one of the things that we always do is our Global Peace Tribe announcements. And it's time for that. We sure are one love, and it's pretty cool. And it's a movement. There's the movement as we're hearing from Zenka and Alan and all of us. We are coming together to build this amazing Global Peace Tribe. And I want to thank all of you who have donated to us tonight. And of course, a lot of people donate anonymously, but I always really enjoy reading the names of our friends who also are willing for me to give their name because they donated. So here we go. I want to give thanks. And if I mispronounce your name, I do apologize. I want to give thanks to Blanchette, Bobby Lopez, Mark Denisovsky, a new friend who's a great musician, Rosie Berriesa, Anonymous, James Adelsberger, Anonymous, Pauline Heinbrook, more anonymouses, our good buddy Anthony Phillipson, thank you, Anthony. Ayada, she's with us all the time, thank you, Ayada. Keith Mancinelli, Janet Connell, Robert Figueroa. And a big thanks to Mark Sims, who gave us a very generous donation that helps us to support this show. More people to thank, Shel Gallagher, Umesh Dudane, Noel Moore, more anonymous, Robert Lampke, Robert Figueroa, Joanne Brem, Lisa Dollar, Victor Fullman, Martin Burbach. Thank you all. And of course, you can all still continue to donate to us. She's going to put it up in the chat box. So just go to Global Peace, to GoFundMe, and go to Global Peace Tribe. So as we mentioned, next week, excuse me, next week we are going to do kind of a part 2 of this. But I also want to alert you to the other part of the show, which is supporting a very important gathering happening in Minnesota. And to learn a little bit more about it, we're going to have with the show on our show next week, Winona, who's one of the leaders of this. And boy, my mouse is not working, which is always a little bit scary because I'm controlling the show. And if my mouse doesn't work, we got problems. And it's definitely not working right in this moment at all, which means you're stuck with it. Okay, here we go. That was scary. Here we go with what Winona has to say about what's happening in Minnesota.
What is line 3? A lot of people want to know, and a lot of people don't know. So think of it this way. There are 6 really old pipelines that they put through in northern Minnesota, shipping diluted tar sands from Alberta to Superior, Wisconsin. And one of those lines is called line 3. It has, according to Enbridge, about 900 structural anomalies in it. Structural anomalies are things like small little pinhole leaks, maybe it comes some cracks, and some of those end up to be big problems, like that Kalamazoo spill. That was a structural anomaly. Line 3, it's old and it's corroding and it's at the end of its life. It's already had a number of leaks and spills, and frankly, it's a catastrophe waiting to happen. There is a likelihood that there is a whole bunch of contamination under the present line. And once that corrodes, our children and grandchildren may one day watch it drain a lake or a wetland or flood a farm field. Fixing these problems is very expensive, so Enbridge wants to abandon the pipeline, walk away, and build a brand new one in a brand new corridor. Enbridge calls this a replacement project. They're replacing Line 3. They are not replacing Line 3. They are putting in a whole new corridor and doubling the size of the line. That is not a replacement. That's a brand new line, and that's what's wrong. So we've got two problems. First, we've got a problem of the proposed new Sandpiper and Line 3 corridor through the heart of our best lakes and wild rice watersheds and through our treaty territories. We also have the problem of this old crumbling line that Enbridge wants to abandon. And right now, what abandonment means is that they just leave it and walk away. And the company says that they will take care of it, but it is not clear that there is any liability from the Enbridge Corporation. The worst part is that neither the United States government or the state of Minnesota has any plan to deal with it. The good news is that the Ojibwe tribes are standing up, and a lot of landowners, county commissioners, and mayors are getting increasingly concerned about who's going to be liable for Enbridge's mess. So tell Governor Dayton to tell the state legislator to tell county commissioners that abandonment is not what we want. We want big Canadian energy corporations to clean up their mess and not leave it for all of us. And we feel that they should put hard-working Minnesotans to work doing it. It's time to make a plan, investing in cleaning up and stabilizing our existing infrastructure and building stuff that actually serves people. Miigwech, this is Winona Leduc.
We're going to be raising consciousness and funds for honortheearth.org. So please join us next week and invite all your friends. That's how we grow. And we're going to have, of course, Mark and Alan and Danny and several other amazing speakers on what's happening on the UFO side of things, including Clifford Mahooty and Chief Golden Eagle, building that bridge between what's happening up there and how that fits in with all the prophecies and the wisdom and the awareness of our indigenous people. And so kind of connecting the dots that way. And then, of course, supporting what's happening next weekend, which is when this protest is happening. So please, please join us next week. It's going to be a very important and powerful show. I also want to thank all of our broadcast partners, because right now, a lot of you are watching us on Unify, which of course is how we reach tens of thousands of people. We recently had almost 40,000 views on one of our shows on Unify. I want to thank John and Summer Raymer and the Sign Network. They get us out to about 100 Facebook groups and pages. And our good buddy, Alan Steinfeld, he's here with us, and he always carries us on his New Realities YouTube channel. Of course, Light Touch, one of our ongoing sponsors. Ruth Anderson, I noticed, is with us with the Enlightened World Network, and all of our other sponsors. We are grateful to all of you for helping us to reach out. And again, a big thanks to Mark Sims, our specific sponsor for tonight's show, and of course, Jay Mayer and Light Touch for their ongoing support. And now to share a little bit more and some more announcements, here's my partner, Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. Yes, I also want to thank you so much for your donations. They are going right back into creating 13 new shows for you and up-leveling everything we offer to you. So thank you so much from my heart. And we have a poll we want to put out, a quick poll, because we're evolving everything forward. And we want to know what time of the show, what length of the show you would like to have. So Scott's going to run that poll now. Our shows tend to go long because there's so much to watch, but we want to make sure we're in tune with what you'd like to see in terms of the length of the show. And it's always great to do the polls right with the people that are watching the show now. So we'd love for you to fill this show out. If you'd like it to be 2 hours and stop, 2.5 hours, 3 hours is kind of the way we go, or as long as it takes that you'll hang in there with us and you love it all. So thank you so much for that. And if you'd like to help sponsor for next season, we're always looking for sponsors. That really helps. If you'd like to volunteer for next season, we have a special project where we're going to have teams do social media with some experts that have been that are going to volunteer to help us get this out far and wide. And we'd love to invite you to just personally spread the word on Saturday Night Alive. A good way to do it is to share our promo video, which is really cool. It has all our famous speakers and our musicians on it. It's about 2 minutes. I'm going to post that in the chat room, and you can put that on Facebook or send it on email, let people know what's here, or you can pay it forward. We have a subscription where you can actually gift your friends and your family a subscription so they can get the Zoom link each week and listen to Saturday Night Alive or get the replay on Monday. So we'd love you spreading the word, because word of mouth is golden. And yes, it's amazing that we were called to do this very special show this next week. You know, Saturday Night Alive was born of the times. Scott and I came together and said this needed to be done. And we've ridden the wave of so many things that have happened in the last year, whether it was the George Floyd or the elections, and we just rode the wave to bring the global peace tribe community together into the higher consciousness to understand what's going on at a higher level and to connect and love each other and to support our indigenous community, which we've always done because we always do a show for them every season, and to bring you more information on what's happening with the Galactics, and know that the indigenous and the Galactics are connected in higher conscious is just amazing. Scott, do you want to show the poster that we have for next week's show? Because I need to be beautiful to send that. And
it's
then,
up right now. It's up right now.
Okay, and let us know. There's a couple more shows we have coming up as well for incredible one, June 12th and June 19th and June 26th for the end of June. So
do you want to describe those shows? Go ahead and describe those shows.
Yeah, so June 12th, this is going to be an incredible show of celebrating the 60s, rise of the Aquarian Age, and the Harmony Festival. I produced the Harmony Festival from 1978 to 2011. It was the first major transformational festival, grew to 30,000 people, and we ended 10 years ago on that day. So we're celebrating the Harmony Festival, but we've got incredible people to celebrate the 60s. We've got John Anderson of Yes is going to be with us, John Kay of Steppenwolf. We have Johnny Podell. He's a booking agent of many of the great musical acts. And we have Drew Harrison and Jim Funk performing very sound-alike Beatles songs. And we've got some other special guests that we're confirming. So it's going to be a really fun show. And then on June 19th, it is the solstice. So our theme is Solstice Portal, Creating Global Unity. We're partnering with World Unity Week. Our presenters are Matt Kahn, Christopher Malkin, who's a spiritual teacher, Sadvad Bhagawi Saraswate, Chief Dwayne Perry, Dr. Marcy Cady. We're going to have Unify with us with Adele, Gary Malkin, and Ben Bowler, who is the producer of World Unity Week, which is an international 7-day event that brings everyone together in unity, about 300 organizations participating. He'll be with us. And then our last show of the season, Building a Harmonious Future with Indigenous and Spiritual Wisdom. We've got very special spiritual teachers coming on from that. And that's going to be sponsored by Jerry Anderson, who's with us tonight as well as Jay Mayer. So incredible things. And then we're growing the next season, and we will have another UFO show, soon on to document all that's going on. And I'll be posting everything in the chat room. So thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. So thank you, everybody, for the poll. We're going to do a second poll in a moment, but we heard from 211 of you voted, And the vote for 2 hours was 15%. The vote for 2.5 hours is 22%. The vote for 3 hours was 30%. And for as long as it takes, the winner, 38%. So thank you very much. It's really helpful information because we've been really wondering, if we need to really pare it down. So that's very valuable. The other poll we want to present is, as you've heard me saying, we're beginning to schedule retreats. Just like Deborah and I were kind of at the forefront of, hey, we got to go online because of the pandemic, and look at this incredible online offering that has evolved because of you. Well, now I want to hug some of you. I want to meet some of you. So we have organized 3 retreats, but we need to get some feedback. Next week, I'll have more of the pricing available, but I just need to get a general interest. And we're looking at limiting it to about 35 to 40 people at each retreat. Each retreat site has kind of a limit on the number of people. We'll be in the Bay Area in Woodside, which is kind of above Stanford University. It's in the Redwoods. It's a beautiful 8,500 square foot estate with a pool and a hot tub and a sauna. Mostly camping for that one. And that's going to be July 15th to the 19th. And the focus will be relationships. Then we're going to be in Maui for a week. Some of you a couple months ago might remember when we saw the video of Haleakua Garden Farm. We're going to be there September 14th to the 21st. And then for East Coast friends, we're going to be in Asheville, North Carolina. And that's going to be October 8th through the 11th. So I'm going to pull up a poll right now. And again, I'd love to just ask everybody, we're not going to hold you to this, but give us a general feeling of what you think is likely. And there's a lot of options here. Likely for Woodside, very likely for Woodside, maybe Maui, definitely Maui, maybe for Asheville, yes for Asheville. I can commit to at least one retreat. I cannot afford any retreats at this time. So, your answers are going to be important to us as we design it. And certainly feel free to put into the chat box, or you can private message me because I'm kind of organizing the retreats, what you'd most like to see. Because the July retreat is beginning soon, Johanna Beekman is going to be providing music and doing yoga for us. And we're going to have some of our favorite relationship teachers that are going to be there. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And very, very helpful. Again, getting your percentages here. So I'll leave that up for just one more moment. And again, thank you everybody for contributing. Also, it's been a really beautiful big chat box. And I do save the chat box. I go back and I'll read it. And sometimes Deborah does too. I'll be sending it to Mark and all of our presenters. So thank you very much. And for those of you in Australia, I have a very good friend who has a retreat site in Byron Bay who's been wanting me to do something out there. So maybe we'll do something in Byron Bay next year. So I'm going to leave this open for just another minute. And again, remind everybody that we've got a lot of show left. We're going to hear from Danny Sheehan in just a few minutes. And so thank you for staying with us. And I'm happy to see that the winner was As Long As It Takes. That feels really, really good. I appreciate that. So, all right. I'm going to close the poll. I just want to make a quick photo of the results so that I have it. And then we're going to hear from Danny. All right. And thank you for everybody who has filled it out. I really appreciate it very much. It looks like he's showing up as Mark Sims, and Mark was going to do the introduction for Danny. I will take a look here. All right, I'll do the introduction. That's right. Hang in there, everybody. So earlier tonight, when we were kind of coming into the Zoom room, Danny was sharing a little bit about all that he's accomplished. And I was familiar with a fair amount of it, but I was amazed at how much of it I didn't even know. Danny has been, he's been at it for over 40 years, starting with the Kieran Silkwood case. Some of you might remember that movie with Meryl Streep. Well, Danny was who kind of busted it all open. And going all the way back to that, this man has been at the forefront of fighting some of the most difficult and important battles of our times through his Christic Institute and then the Romero Institute. Danny has really led the charge. He's a Harvard College, Harvard Law School, and Harvard Divinity School trained litigation attorney. And his work as a federal civil rights attorney and author and public speaker and law school educator has exposed the structural sources of injustice in our country and around the world. We are so blessed to have him with us. And once again, he's right at the center of what's going on right now with the government's blocking or finagling of disclosure. So with no further ado, it's my honor to turn it over to Danny Sheehan.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, I just got a few minutes here, but the bottom line is that I'm here tonight, I guess, primarily because I have been asked to represent Lou Elizondo, who was the previous director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program inside the United States Pentagon and Defense Department. He is the man, along with Chris Mellon, who was the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, who both got very frustrated about the concealment of the information about the UFO phenomenon. It's known by various government agencies. And they ended up both stepping out from their positions and helping to create a thing called the To the Stars Academy. And they released the three famous videos now that generated the front page New York Times story on their website on December 16th of 2017. And then on the front page of the New York Times, above the fold, as they would refer to it, about the reality of the UFOs. And that began this steady drumbeat of appearances on the part of Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon. And then what happened is the people, certain officials inside the United States Defense Department started issuing public statements lying, saying there was no such thing as a secret program inside the Defense Department studying the UFO phenomenon. And this guy, Lou Elizondo, we don't know who he's talking about. He never had any connection to any such program. And they started lying. And Lou just continued going forward, announcing more information that he had found out in this capacity. And then the crescendo started increasing in the Defense Department that he's not telling the truth, he's lying. So he ended up contacting me because I'm the attorney for the Disclosure Project that started back in 2001 with Dr. Stephen Greer, where we called in 24 major government officials to the National Press Building and made presentations to the staff of Congress people. I'm also the legal counsel for the citizens hearings, public hearings on extraterrestrial life and the ET phenomenon. And so I was also the legal counsel for Dr. John Mack at Harvard University, who was the chairman of the Department of Clinical Psychiatry that wrote a major book about the people whom he had worked with, who had had direct face-to-face encounters with extraterrestrial beings. So that's the context in which I was contacted by Louis Elizondo to be his attorney, to stop the Pentagon from lying about him, to assist in getting the information out about the ATIP program, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program that was inside the Pentagon, and to help get him freed up from all of these threats to his security clearance so he could continue sharing this information with the American people in the world. That's sort of one of the reasons I'm here tonight. But what the main reason is because I've been at this for now 43 years. I've appeared any number of times at International UFO Congress and MUFON and other major gatherings that we've had to talk about this issue. And one of the things that I want to focus on tonight, or two things actually. One is the consistent, not just arguing anymore about whether UFOs are real, or get caught in the trap of thinking, well, maybe they're Russian or maybe they're Chinese. Everybody knows they're not Russian and they're not Chinese. I mean, and even Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon and Senator Harry Reid, within 3 or 4 minutes of any kind of major interview that they're doing about this, they'll end up saying, well, they could be from somewhere else. They're not Russian, they're not Chinese, they're not ours, but they could be from somewhere else. And then when someone asks them, like, what do you mean by that? They say, well, it may mean that we're not alone. And the interviewer will say, does that mean that you're saying that they're from extraterrestrial? They say, no, I didn't say that. I just said they may be from somewhere else and we may not be alone. And so there's this strange game going on right now. So one of my major objectives is trying to get past all of that kerfuffle and get back to the fundamental question of now that we're aware of the fact that the United States government, Pentagon has acknowledged it, the New York Times has acknowledged it, now most recently 60 Minutes has acknowledged it, that the UFOs are real, that they're craft that are being timed at like over 43,000 miles an hour. They come from 80,000 feet up down to 50 feet below, above the surface of the water in less than a second, and then go under the water and travel it up to 200 knots under the water. And there's nothing that anybody has, us or the Russians or the Chinese or people from India. Nobody has technology like that. Now, obviously, they've been trying to back engineer some of this technology, at least ever since they recovered the craft at Roswell. There's now major indications they may have recovered it as early as 1945, with the new book by Jacques Vallée and Paola Harris are writing about an additional incident. The bottom line is that the real focus that we need to concentrate on here is what are the implications about the existence of an extraterrestrial civilization, highly intelligent, highly technologically developed here in our galaxy, that are not human. It's a different species. What this means is that not only are we no longer able to think that we're in the geophysical center of the entire universe, as we did up to the time of Galileo and Copernicus, but the fact is that we're not even at the pinnacle of all biological evolution, which was the immediate trope that was generated by the worldview community when we realized we weren't in the center of the universe. We said, okay, we'll settle for being at the peak of all biological evolution in the entire universe. And that the universe exists just as this big stage for our single species to be playing out the drama of our kind of evolution in consciousness from arising as single cell organisms in the primordial slime of our planet up into a starfaring civilization. But this is not the big drama going on in the entire universe. There's obviously other civilizations now. It's clear that they're coming here and they're visiting us. So the question gets posed is, what are the philosophical and theological and worldview implications of this for our human family? And ought we not to get about having this serious conversation among ourselves and stop fighting with the Pentagon whether they're going to release it, or do we believe Lou Elizondo, or is Stephen Greer correct that they're planning some big false flag thing to increase their military budget? These are in my judgment, peripheral issues. The fundamental question is, what are the implications of this for our human family, and how do we all work together to generate a new worldview? Because out of the entire spectrum of worldviews, every single one of the worldviews, whether it's authoritarian or reactionary or conservative or moderate or liberal or progressive or utopian whatever the different worldview is that one adopts, all of them are rooted in the fundamental premise that our single species, the Homo sapiens species, is the penultimate evolution of consciousness in material incarnation in the whole universe. And now what's really being communicated to us is that, well, that ain't true. That ain't true. In fact, it never was true. But it made us feel good during the interim. But now we've got to come to grips with this, and we have to develop an entire worldview that does not cause us to run and jump out of a first-story window over discovering that we're not the only sentient species in the universe. What we have to do is start to try to recalibrate what the genuine importance of our species is in the great scheme of things. While we may not be number one, that we are a very valuable contribution to the entire experiment of life in the universe, and that we need to figure out what that is. And we need to embrace it. We need to not be ashamed of it. We need to really try to figure out how we can relate diplomatically with the other civilization or civilizations. This is what we really need to get about. And that's what I would like to be having people talk about. My first official encounter with this entire phenomenon was when I was legal counsel for the United States Jesuit Order at their big national headquarters in Washington, D.C., in their National Social Ministry Office. This was the office that deals with public policy issues. And this was the office out of which we were saying that we have to get rid of nuclear weapons. This was the office in which we were saying we've got to come to grips with global climate change. And it turns out that these are the two primary messages that are being communicated to us by over 70% of all the people who have direct face-to-face contact experiences with the UFO beings. They say that they're having this communication being communicated to them, our human beings, that you people have to stop this issue of nuclear weapons. You've got to stop this, and you've got to stop polluting your planet, because you're going to contaminate your whole planet. You're going to destroy the climatic system of your whole planet. These are the two things: no nuclear weapons and private nuclear power to contaminate your oceans and your air, and stop contaminating your whole planet with these carbon dioxide emissions that you're doing from industry all around the world. So these are two fundamental messages that are being communicated to us that make it perfectly clear that these beings are not a threat to us. They're trying to help us. They're trying to communicate the obvious to us, that you got to stop doing these two things. So our institute, the Romero Institute, which houses our New Paradigm Institute, that is dealing with the issue of UFOs and extraterrestrial intelligence, is also dealing with the fundamental issues of global climate change and the issue of nuclear weapons as well. These are major issues. We have to have our feet right on the ground while our head is in the stars, or our feet are on the ground. We've got to save our planet. We got to stop our human species, or elements of our human species, from drastically contaminating our planet. And we've got to get rid of nuclear weapons before we totally destroy ourselves. These are two major things that we have to deal with, by way of demonstrating to the extraterrestrial beings that we're getting the message. That we're hearing what it is you're saying. We are taking your advice. We're moving to get rid of these two major threats, existential threats to our species. And so this is what I'm here to talk about. And the reality of this is that this elevation of our consciousness that is necessary, this being solicited on the part of the extraterrestrial beings, is part of the long-going dynamic of the elevation of our consciousness, of our human species. This is what we normally perceive as the spiritual quest of our species. And it gets captured in particular kinds of regional religions, whether it's Islam or Christianity or Buddhism or Hinduism or Judaism, or Zoroastrianism, or any of the other major human religious traditions. The point of it all is elevating our consciousness. It's coming to understand what our relationship is in the cosmos. And very importantly, is what our relationship is to the infinite and eternal sea of consciousness that apparently has folded into being the material universe, of which we are a manifestation. This is the penultimate quest of our human family. And I believe that this is the same quest that these other beings from extraterrestrial civilizations are also on. They may be in a little bit more advanced stage of this because their civilization may be millions of years older than ours. So they may have not only gotten through their nuclear weapons age or whatever the technology was that threatened their own existence, and they may have proceeded down the road of spiritual evolution a bit farther. But it doesn't mean that that we don't have a responsible relationship with them. It's not that we don't have value in the universe anymore. It's just a different value than us being the big soul energy consciousness in the whole universe. So this is the conversation that I want to participate in as legal counsel for the Jesuits, as legal counsel for the Disclosure Project, as legal counsel for now for Lou Elizondo. That what I'm trying to do is bring to bear the tools of the legal system to compel the revelation on the part of the national security state of whatever information they have about this, to also extract the information from major corporations that may be military industrial contractors that are trying to back engineer these crap. But that we all need to work together. We all need to get going in the same direction. And one of the things I was talking about earlier among all of us on the panel, we've got to get everybody to go in the same direction. Now we have to avoid these kind of horizontal debates among the people in the UFO community or the people that are attempting to get the truth out. We don't need to compare, who's better than the other person or who's telling the best truth. We all are joined together in the quest to get all of this information out. Now, very importantly, that rather than spend most of our energy trying to extract the information from the national security state, a lot of us have come to the resolution that what we really need to do is just step over those people and reach out directly to the members of the extraterrestrial civilization. That's what the entire project is of citizen diplomacy. This is what we engaged in to try to end the Cold War. We citizens were reaching out directly to citizens in the Soviet Union to try to persuade them to get their government to step back from the Cold War. We pressured our government to step back from the Cold War. We succeeded in doing that through citizen diplomacy. The same thing is called for now. For we citizens who share the conviction that extraterrestrial intelligence is real, that they're visiting us, that we have a means of communion with them, that what we need to do is undertake a very conscious program of citizen diplomacy. And we need to work together to figure out what is it we're going to be saying to them. What is our position going to be with regard to our politics, our economy, our treatment of our fellow citizens, our treatment of them as people who coexist with us. These are all the fundamental questions that we need to get to. This is, once we recognize the existence of the extraterrestrial civilization and the fact that they're visiting here, ergo, what? What do we all get amazed and look like deer in the headlights that, oh no, after all 75 years of trying to get this confirmed, all of a sudden it's confirmed, and now we don't have any plan in mind about what to say to them, about what our position is. We certainly can't leave it up to the agents of the national security state to be the people that are going to be negotiating on our behalf. Even we don't trust them. We can't expect members of the extraterrestrial civilization to just trust. What, are they going to trust the CIA? That makes it a point of pride of figuring out how much they can deceive everybody. No, they're not going to be trustworthy. The military can't be trusted because they're going to view them as an ultimate enemy. And the State Department can't be trusted because they're always into conniving to try to figure out how to maintain our continued privileged access to the strategic raw materials of the planet on behalf of our corporations. So they're not trustworthy either. Now, so we have to do this ourselves. And this is the ultimate expression of democracy, for us to reach out, establish contact with the extraterrestrial beings, establish communion with them, and engage in citizen diplomacy to figure out what our relationship is going to be with them for the next 50,000 years. So that's what I'm about. That's how I'm trying to utilize whatever talents and skills that I have, whatever goodwill I've been able to generate over 50 years, 43 years of which I've been working with people in this community. So that's what we're doing now.
Danny, you are a treasure. You really are. I'm so grateful for your presence in our world and very much our presence in Saturday Night Live. And hey, you guys, you can learn a lot more about Danny by going to danielpsheehan.com. Daniel, with the letter P, Sheehan, SHEEHAN.com. And check out the Romero Institute. What they're doing, it's really, really valuable. And we're going to talk more about the Romero Institute next week when we're focusing on continuing with the latest on what's happening with the Galactic family, UFO, government stuff, but also really focusing on stopping the June 3rd pipeline. And Danny, of course, one of the great heroes of Standing Rock. So Danny will tell us a little bit more about what's happening and how we can support the efforts on June 3rd. One last thing that I want to let everybody know is that, of course, I'm seeing right here in the chat box so many questions people have had for you, Danny. And so many questions that people have for Mark Sims. So last week, Deborah, Danny, Mark, and I all decided we're going to do a special event just for the Global Peace Tribe. And it's going to be on June 22nd. And it's going to be a conversation with Danny and Mark. And it's going to be a Zoom meeting, not a Zoom webinar, a Zoom meeting. We're going to limit it to 100 people. And that means that everybody who comes in will be on camera. And we can really have a dialogue. And a lot of you that have really good questions, I've seen a lot of good questions coming in the chat box right now, will be able to ask Mark and ask Danny those questions. We chose this date too because it'll be right after he gets back, after Danny gets back from Washington, D.C., where he is representing this gentleman in front of the Inspector General. So he's going to have a lot of intel, a lot to share with us. So join us on June 22nd. We're limiting it to 100 people, so I would suggest that you register right away. Deborah is putting the link in the chat box, and I'll pull it up again and I'll read the link to you. It's you register by going to tinyurl.com/making contact June 22. tinyurl.com/making contact June 22. And thank you so much, Danny, for everything. And we will talk to you next week.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to play this video. It's another Mark Sims video. It's a beautiful one. Bruce Sugar, who we're going to meet next, was very involved in creating this. And while you're watching the video, you might want to register for the June 22nd event. Here we go.
They think our love is just a growing pain. Why don't they understand it's It's got groove, it's got meaning. This is the time, it's the place, it's the notion. Now peace is the way we are feeling. We take the pressure and we throw away. Conventionality belongs to yesterday. There is a chance that we can make it so far. We stop believing now that we can be who we are. This is the word that you heard. It's got groove, it's got meaning. And this is the time, it's the place, it's the notion. Now this is the way we are feeling. This is the life of illusion, wrapped up in trouble, laced with confusion. What are we doing here? I solve my problems and I see the light. We've got a loving thing, we've got to feed it right.
There ain't no danger, we can go too far. Stop believing now that we can be who we are. Peace is the word.
It's the word that you heard. It's got groove, it's got meaning. This is the time, it's the place, it's the notion. This is the way we are feeling. This is the word. This is the word, it's the word that you heard. It's got groove, it's got meaning. This is the time, it's the place, it's the notion. Now peace is the way we are feeling. This is the word, it's 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 the word. This is the word.
These videos that you've done, Mark, are just beautiful, absolutely spectacular. And I'm going to turn it over to Mark to share a little bit about the video and to introduce our next guest.
Thank you, Scott. And yeah, I get a kick out of that. You know, I had a lot to do with that. Obviously, just real quick, it was back in on July 4th of 2017. I was sleeping at the Westin Hotel at LAX airport, getting ready to fly over to Italy to meet a woman who I'd never met before. And I was awoken by Tejbar about 5:30 in the morning, and he had a very clear message for me, and that was to get myself down to the hot tub and to bring a pen and paper. And so I did that, and I did my morning meditation where I hew for 20 minutes, and we're going to do this later tonight for those of you that want to join me. So this is something I do every morning, and so I went downstairs with my pen and paper and in my bathing suit, and nobody was around, and I hewed, and then in silent contemplation, I got a download, and the download was to do 13 songs for this thing called the Harmonic Convergence in 2020. And so I wrote the songs down, and the first one I wrote down was Peace is the Word, which is, of course, takeoff of the original Grease musical, the title song from Grease. And he gave me the instructions to change 2 words in the song. Every occurrence of Grease I would change to peace, and every occurrence of motion I would turn into notion, and that this would activate the song, and that this had been placed on earth in the human consciousness to be invoked for the harmonic convergence last year. So that song is truly a divinely given message from our star family. And I really believe that. It's literally true. And I can't wait to interview one day Barry Gibb and ask him, he's the author of, or the writer of that song, and ask him how he came to the words, if it came through a dream or something. Anyway, with that, I want to introduce Bruce Sugar, who was introduced to me also, well, just a little bit before that, in the year 2016. I met Bruce through a mutual friend who told me about Bruce and that he had written this amazing song that they felt could be a type of anthem for what was happening in Standing Rock. And so I called Bruce and we had a discussion, and I produced the song in terms of, executive produced it. He wrote and did the music production within his studio with his people, and we've had this amazing relationship ever since. So when I had this download on the morning of July 4th, 2017, I called up Bruce and said, "Hey, you want to do some more songs?" And he said, "Sure." So that's how we met, and we've been good friends ever since. So with that, Bruce, why don't you tell us a little bit more about yourself and how you got in the music business, and anything else you'd like to share about your career and yourself.
Okay, well, am I on? Can you hear me there? Okay, good. Yeah, thanks for having me on, Mark. It's an honor to be on with this panel. I'm not an expert in UFOs like everyone else is here, and ETs, but I have been in music most of my life. And we actually met after I wrote a song for the UN with Ringo Starr called "Now the Time Has Come." And I think that's what our mutual friend Melody recommended. And then we went on to do the anthem for Standing Rock, which became viral after they did it. Mark produced a video on the song that I wrote, and it became viral. And I kind of approach music for social change. I think music's a good way to evoke emotion and help spread the word. So when Mark came to me with this idea of redoing these songs, it was actually a real challenge for me to try to get a different spin on the songs. And with a renewed lyric, it was inspirational to help spread Mark's message. So that was always, and we're still in the process. So it's exciting to be part of this whole journey that Mark's on, and he's educated me quite a bit on the UFO thing. And one irony, I don't even know if Mark knows this, in 1982, I did an album. It was a concept album about ETs called "Girl from Another World." And I don't think Mark even knew that, which is interesting. The album never came out, but it's an interesting record. So I've been, a fan and interested in UFO phenomena and ETs and all that. So it's just a real pleasure to hear everyone on this panel, the real experts, with a serious bent on what's going on.
Yeah, well, I did not know that, Bruce, and you've now piqued my curiosity. I've got to hear this album and maybe resurrect it. Maybe it was made for this time.
It could have been. We got songs with "Satellite Eyes," "Girl from Another World," "How Far I Come." We got a bunch of, they're all space songs inspired by
I see some further work to do together.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I asked Scott if he could show some of the clips when we made "The Whole World Is Watching" together. You were sending me some of the clips from the production as I was on my way to Standing Rock from Los Angeles, and Danny Sheehan was in the bus with me. So it was me and Danny and his legal team from Lakota Law Project, and then we had some journalists with us and some documentary filmmakers, and we caravaned with my RV and a tour bus that I hired, that I chartered for the whole thing, and we were getting updates from you because you were working feverishly in the studio
Right,
finishing the song. And then we had like our first day there, I think you just finished it. And then we
Right.
turned it over to Unify and they did the video production. And then right when we got to Standing Rock, we released it. It was the day after the big, water cannon thing, the big, terrible thing that happened to the protesters where they were shooting freezing water on the protesters that were unarmed and they were shooting rubber bullets at them. And, when we arrived, they had used our hotel rooms as a triage for helping, treat people who were hurt. And it was really a shock. And this song, very powerful song, came out right at that time. And it went absolutely viral, millions of views, and it became the anthem for Standing Rock. And it's all because of your vision and your skill. And it's just been such a pleasure to work with you. You're so much fun. And I've been to the studio, which is amazing, and so much history there. You work at a place where the Beach Boys used to record, and the Eagles, and lots of others, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So hey, Scott, do you have that queued up? Could you show a couple of those clips?
Yeah, here we go. I don't know if this is the correct order, so bear with.
It's okay, it doesn't matter.
Okay, great. Here we go.
So that's a change.
That's
the melody.
Save the sacred land.
Yes. Yeah, there you go.
So on the second line.
So there's the first one that.
By the way,
yeah, go ahead, Bruce.
I'll say, by the way, that's Amy Keys, who sings with Phil Collins and Barbara Streisand and on, and Mark Hart, who's in Crowded House. So those are two of the people I work with among a lot. But they were really great.
Here's the other flashback in time for you.
Watching over Standing Rock, feel the voices calling to draw a line in the sand and save the sacred land at Standing Rock. Oh, it's Standing Rock.
Well, I've never seen that footage.
Yeah, I thought I'd surprise you.
Yeah, wow. That's in its raw form, the song, but I think it's still on YouTube if anyone's interested in saying the whole world's watching.
Yeah, we'll play it next time because we're so behind. But
sure.
Next week I'll feature that because we're going to be talking about Pipeline 3 and bringing everyone up to date on what happened at Standing Rock and the what's going on now in Michigan and Minnesota with Pipeline 3. So anyway,
Yeah, just one more thing. It's just music. Music has a way to really convey social consciousness, and I'm glad that Mark, through Tejbar and his associates, can see that how music helps spread the message that we're trying to get out.
Right.
It's a really powerful tool to make that work, and I'm glad you're associating that with your quest to educate Americans and the world.
You're absolutely right, Bruce. And I'm actually, it turns out that in 2 weeks, we're doing a show all about how the 60s has influenced us today. And we've got John Anderson from Yes is going to be with us.
He's great.
We've got John Kay from Steppenwolf is going to be with us. And I'm wondering, just not going to put any pressure on you, but maybe we could talk privately, because I know you know a lot of other amazing people that were around during the 60s or who were influenced by the 60s. So I'd love to see if maybe you could help us get another guest or two.
Okay. Yeah. You have my contacts, so just, we'll figure it out.
I do. I'll follow up with you. So that'd be a lot of fun. Great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Bruce.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on this panel. It's been an honor.
All right.
Cool. Thank you.
And hey, everybody, stick around. We got just a couple more things our Global Peace Tribe recommends. And then we're going to go into some wonderful music with Fanny and Vigari. And of course, kind of the highlight of the evening, a CE6 with Mark Sims. So hang in there. We've still got a lot left. But here's an opportunity for us just to drop in and be grateful. We have so much to be grateful for. So again, a big thank you, of course, to Jay Mayer. And I'm now going to put the spotlight on our other co-host, Ellen Steinfeld, who's going to introduce our final guest for the night.
Okay, thank you, Scott. What an amazing program, how diverse. We captured the whole scope of the phenomena, from these young, enthusiastic people to the veterans in the field. So that's why I'm really happy to be introducing John Yost. Thanks for hanging in here, John. And John's had an amazing career. I like to talk to people who go from the mainstream. You know, John was involved in the customs, broker, as a custom broker, and in the Treasury Department. Then he switched that career to film. And then at some point he got sucked down the rabbit hole into the whole UFO phenomena. And he's actually produced a beautiful film. I saw the trailer, maybe we've got time to show that, called Making Contact. Interesting that word is out there, but I'd love to hear your stories about how you went from mainstream, if that's what you want to talk about, to this world, which is sort of becoming mainstream. So thanks for being here, John. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Alan. And thank you, Scott and Deborah, for all the work you do. And of course, thank you, Mark Sims, for inviting me tonight. Thank you. Well, that story, I think, began in the summer of my 7th year, when I was a boy and awakened by a droning sound that prevented me from sleeping. And what happened that night, I kept deep inside and lied about it for almost 45 years. I kind of ran from my calling as a storyteller and a filmmaker and an actor, and lived my life in a very left-brained world, until I eventually ended up in show business as a performer and a director and a producer. And I work with a company called Rhino Pictures. Rhino Pictures and Productions has been around for almost 37 years. And we work around the world. And what had happened was, there was a very brilliant woman. Her name is Linda Martouche. She had seen some of our work, and she understood the narrative, the kind of place I come from with my filmmaking. And she was fascinated by that, and had asked if I would consider producing a film for her. And so this film was to become the film called Making Contact. And she approached real thinkers in the world, like Ray Hernandez, Lynn Buchanan, and of course we have some of the very last footage of beloved Sergeant Clifford Stone in this film. The funny thing is that the film originally began as a narrative about CE5 for dummies. Please excuse that phrase. But the film took on a life of its own and turned into something that literally changed the lives of everybody that was involved, especially me. The thing I'm most proud of is that most media in this genre is very presentational. It's chock full of information, but it's a little antiseptic. It speaks to the mind, but not to the heart. And as I think many of you will agree, that all politics, all major moves in human consciousness, well, they come from culture, and that's downstream from the individual. And I think this fight, this movement, this is in each one of us individually. And we kind of get caught up with movements, but every one of us has to come to terms with what disclosure really is to us personally. And if I may, I'll just read you very quickly the synopsis of the film. It's a 7-year-old boy is wakened in the middle of the night by something he does not understand, and thus begins a lifelong quest to make sense of the encounter and discover what it may mean for all of us. Making Contact is the story of this man's pursuit to overcome the lies and fear surrounding the subject of contact, which is prolific in today's media. He struggles against the disinformation and charlatans that have infected this subject like a plague. He's mentored by intuitive scientists and experiencers as he travels across the country to find his answers. Those answers come at a cost, though, that will eventually shatter his paradigm and make him change his entire outlook on the actual nature of existence and his role in this world. And we invite people to watch the whole story unfold through his eyes as he conquers this fear and discovers that this is not an alien question at all, gentlemen. It is an entirely a human one. Scott, would you cue up that trailer, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We are part of this beautiful universe, and who knows what's out there and who is out there.
It's happening all over the world. It's not just UFOs. And it's about time that we begin to study this phenomenon.
There are non-human entities, and they will get in contact with us, and they will communicate with us.
What are you doing? You're gonna make contact with UFOs and you don't know any of these people?
There's something out there for me. I'm searching for it.
They know you a heck of a lot better than you know yourself.
I have seen things here in this area that would be hard to explain. Lights in the sky, and people that are looking for those lights.
All of these lights came on, and they came at me.
When it got to the middle of the park, it just stopped and hovered, and this thing was huge. It was like something out of Star Trek.
You realize that science is not able to explain this phenomenon.
I went out there searching for extraterrestrials, yes, and I found myself.
Give me a photograph that I can give to the world. I just asked.
What just happened? What are these things?
And so in conclusion, we approach the whole subject as you could say the fool in a tarot's deck. No preconceived notions, just the experience and how it makes the human being feel and the struggles that that human being encounters by more and more information and the revelations along that way. And this person is mentored, of course. It is not, this is a documentary, and it is not a, but it's more of a film in that there's a narrative, and the people that you'll see there, you'll fall in love with because they are you. When people watch this film, they recognize themselves. That's me, that's me. And they go through the different stages that Zenka had mentioned about discovery, about denial, about fear, and what that really means. This is part of a trilogy in my mind. The second film we're working on right now. It's called Alien Abduction Answers. And we're really dissecting that and bringing it into focus where people can understand what the phenomena is and also understand what it is not. And then hopefully the third film will be, well, now that we have all this information, we need to find our own teacher. And we need to go to the next step because we have to use that information as we move forward. Not only as a people, but each one of us as an individual.
So is that first film anywhere we could see it?
That first film right now is being negotiated. There are several distributors interested. So it's not a question of will it, it's just when. And I hope to be instrumental in having that thing out this fall.
You know, definitely once you do know when it's going to be up and when we can see it, we're definitely going to want to bring you back onto either this show or maybe one of our ancillary shows, Straight Talk, where you can go more in depth with us. So
yes, sir.
We're going to want to track you and let us know how that progresses. It's a beautiful trailer and an important movie. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the time. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
All right. Well, it is time for our kind of final major segment, but then we're going to hear from Alan Steinfeld. But we always like to do what we call Global Peace Tribe Recommends. And this is where Deborah and I kind of select those events and experiences, some of which we're involved in, some of which are being created by friends of ours or people that we really respect. So you know what's happening and some good things to do. So to get us started, here's Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. We have been starting to produce our own events using the incredible resources of the presenters and musicians that are on our shows. So on June 6th, we are going to be featuring Sonic Source Activation with Kristen Hoffman and Cornflower. They are some of our favorite musicians, and they both do looping in a very cosmic way, tapping into source and letting music come through. And they had thought it would be great for them to play together at some point. And Scott and I said, we can make that happen. So we're having Sunday, June 6th, 1 p.m. PST. They're going to be doing concerts together, but they're also going to share the creative process of what it's like when you open up to spirit and let creativity come through, whether it's music like what they do or painting or anything that comes through. Because this is really what's happening now, us being open to source and letting our guidance, mission, all that come through us. So it's going to be really incredible. I'm going to be putting links in the chat room, and they're always in our email on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday.
And we also have that video. We have that video. That,
yeah, we want to show the video. Great. And the next event we want to share with you is something that we announced last time when we did this incredible show last week on addiction and recovery. And this is a 7-day program with the premiere of the Gabor Mate film called Wisdom of Trauma. And it's gotten so much response. They've already had 100,000 people sign up in the last week. So you'll be able to see the film and 7 days of talks with incredible people, Gabor as well as many other people. So do we want to show that video, Scott?
Yep, I got it ready. Here we go.
Great.
In the US, the richest society in history, fully half of the citizens have a chronic disorder such as high blood pressure or diabetes. Anxiety amongst young people is growing rapidly. Asthma and autoimmune diseases are on the rise, as are addictions.
Depression is rising, youth suicide is rising.
All is not well.
I started heroin at 26. That's what really destroyed me. It just takes the pain away.
It's easy to want to escape reality completely instead of coping with it.
And so the question is, can we be human beings in the midst of civilization? Because what we call civilization demands the denial of human needs.
Please welcome Dr. Gabor Mate.
Every human being has a true, genuine, authentic self.
And the trauma is that disconnection from it, and the healing is the reconnection with it.
Why do we get disconnected? Because it's too painful to be ourselves.
So you sort of a bit like in The Matrix when Neo sees everything's made out of numbers. You look at people and you see all their trauma and damage.
That's what I see. So trauma is not the bad things that happen to you, but what happens inside you as a result of what happens to you.
What do you want to tell me? What comes up right now?
Shame.
Thank you.
My father, he would spank us and take a belt to us.
Who did you speak to about your pain?
Nobody.
Yeah, that's the trauma. In other words, by the time you're 5 years old, you're completely alone. People are much more lonely and isolated than they used to be. Literally, it causes inflammation in the body and suppresses the immune system. You've been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Correct.
In my view, people that develop cancer have a hard time expressing healthy anger.
Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump, there were two traumatized people fighting to govern a traumatized world.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And these are the people that our society rewards with power. Our schools are full of kids with learning difficulties, mental health issues that are trauma-based, but the average teacher never gets a single lecture on trauma.
We need trauma-informed medical care, trauma-informed education.
If we had a trauma-informed society, we'd have a society that looks much more compassionate.
You did. You made a difference in my life.
Thank you for being in touch.
I don't feel like I'm a bad person anymore. Hey, how are you?
Yeah, I just want people to see the truth. Solutions arise out of people when they confront themselves with the truth, when they're not afraid of the truth.
I think the biggest thing that this whole healing journey has taught me is how to be human.
So this is another example of how a lot that's been hidden underground in our society is coming up to be revealed and healed. This is amazing. So it's a free 7-day event. So the links are there. It'll be in our email again on Monday. And one more thing I'd like to share with you is one of the most top UFO conferences has been Contact in the Desert. And they haven't been able to have it for the last couple years, but they're going virtual. So they have the top speakers, and it's going to be a major event happening Friday, June 25th to Monday, June 28th. All-star lineup: Eric Von Daniken, George Norrie of Coast to Coast, Paul Hellyer, David Childress and Linda Moulton Howe, stars of the History Channel, Nick Pope, Whitley Strieber is going to be there, Billy Carson, David Adair, all the top people. So if you really want to know more about what's going on all levels, Contact in the Desert, and I will post their link in the chat room now. Thank you, Scott.
And let's not forget that Alan Steinfeld is one of their speakers. So that's pretty cool. We're going to hear from Alan in just a moment. I should put the spotlight on myself, shouldn't I? I want to just mention a couple of quick things. You know, every Sunday morning, I do a show called Sacred Sundays with Scott and Friends. And if this has been heavy and kind of dramatic, well, we're going to have a lighter show, if you will, tomorrow. But you might remember when we did a really fun show about 2 months ago now on animals. And we had with us Linda Bender. She is an animal psychic, animal clairvoyant. And she got a lot of really positive responses from our viewers. And she has written a book about the spiritual lives of animals. So tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., Linda is going to be my guest. Please come on into the Zoom room. And I want to make tomorrow one of those days where people can come into the Zoom room. You can ask questions. If you even bring your pet and you want her to read your pet, I'll bring a few people on camera to let her read their pets, see what their pets have to say. So it's going to be a really fun show tomorrow morning. That's at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And come on into the Zoom room. Deborah's putting the Zoom room into the chat box, and definitely make sure you join us. Also, again, just want to remind you, although we mentioned it before, that we are doing this very special event with Mark Sims and Daniel, and you're going to be able to, with Danny Sheehan, and you're going to be able to come in and talk with them. And so it's a really special evening. We're going to have a limited number of tickets. So I would really encourage you to register. Deborah tells me we've already gotten 40 people tonight who have registered. So it'd be a good idea to register right away. Go to tinyurl.com/makingcontact-June-22. You can also get the early bird price by registering tonight. A chance to really go deep for 2 hours with Danny and with Mark on June 22nd, just for the Global Peace Tribe. And finally, we have, of course, told you about next week's show, but I also want to give you a really quick little preview onto our 60s show. Now we're going to have John Anderson of Yes, who I've had the honor of meeting him. He is one of my favorite musicians of all time. Yes has always been my favorite band. And John's a really cool guy. So it's going to be fun to have him on the show. And we've got John Kay from Steppenwolf. But we also are going to have some really fun music with Maria Muldaur. And check out this guy who does an incredible imitation of John Lennon.
Nowhere, man, the world is at your command. Dear Prudence, open up your eyes. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to Strawberry Fields.
Oh, that's cool. I want to see that. Saturday Night Alive.
Touch me, touch me.
That is going to be a very, very fun show. Really looking forward to it. So again, tell all your friends about us, because look, we are the happening thing on Saturday nights. All right, we're going to wrap up kind of the main part of our show with our other co-host, Alan Steinfeld. You've all heard the story. I met Alan when I was in Maui making a movie. He was sleeping in a tent on the property where we were shooting. We needed an associate director. He came on board, he did a great job, and he and I have been collaborating on various things ever since. So Alan, love to kind of hear your summation of what's happening here.
Right. So it's my job to wrap up the last 3.5 hours and the last 75 years since Roswell, because we're about to hear a little bit more of the truth. And I'm really glad you played the Gabor Mata video about trauma, because we have been a traumatized race. If we've been lied to for not 75 years, but hundreds of years about who we are and our origins, that's an abuse. That's an abusive situation. That's a traumatic situation. So as we push, like Danny said and Mark said, for a citizens movement towards what's really going on. Why is that such a big deal to say that we inhabit the rest of the universe with other beings? I don't get what the big secret is about that. It's like Schopenhauer said, the German philosopher Schopenhauer. He says truth passes through 3 stages. First, it's denied, then it's ridiculed, and then it's presented as self-evident, where we are coming into the self-evident stage. And so as we know, as people are waking up, as young children start to come forward and say, of course, we're part of a living universe. This is not about, do you believe in UFOs? That is the wrong question. What is it that we're here to discover about the rest of the cosmos? This is the crucial moment that we are in. And when we finally hear the truth, but not necessarily from the government, because they're going to be really slow in laying it out, but when we start to know that we are part of this greater cosmos, and when that becomes self-evident, we just reach a level playing field where we can start to move human civilization into a new future. We start to encompass the true history of the cosmos, which we are a part of. We are those beings. Everyone's talking about consciousness. Well, I think consciousness is the non-local aspect that connects us to the rest of creation. So we are part of what's out there in space. It's not, you know, we are out there. Our mind is a part of creation. It's not originating from the earth. We are part of something greater, and it's non-local, and it's part of what we're becoming as human beings. In that film by John Yost, it says this is about becoming more human. Gabor Mata said it's about becoming more human. Imagine if we really knew what we were capable of in as far as telepathy, as far as non-local awareness, as far as thoughts influencing things, that we're energy. All this is coming online as a new story of humanity as we move forward into an unknown future, a marvelous future. This is not anything to be afraid of. This is like Zenka we saw, and Bridget and Mark. This is a time to look into the world with wonder, with excitement, with possibilities. This is what the UFO, ET, UAP situation has in store for us. And I'll talk maybe next week about the difference between UFO and UAP. But just look at the stars when you go out at night and seek that sense of wonder that is in you, that is a part of this creation that is embodied in this human sense of being. I'm just going to read I wrote a book called Making Contacts right up there, and it's contributions by many of the great people. JJ and Desiree Hurtak will be on next week. Linda Moulton Howe, Whitley Strieber did a great contribution. So it's compilation, all these insights, because nobody has the answer to what's going on. Everyone has a little piece of the elephant, but if we put it all together, maybe we can start this voyage into the unknown. So this is us. We're at the beginning of a new time. We're at the beginning of a new world. And I think we can take it, Whitley. I think our time is now. It's time for human civilization to create a new march through the cosmos, through a new cosmology, to create a new story that's about us. It's about all of us. It's about taking care of the planet. The UFO situation and the environmental catastrophe that's at bay right there are the key situations of our time. We have to call back our power and move into a marvelous unknown future. So I just want to read the closing little part by Albert Einstein, probably the greatest thinker in the last 2 centuries. And it's like us looking out into space and wondering about the possibilities that the future holds. And Albert Einstein says, "Still, there are moments when one feels free from one's own identification with human limitations and inadequacies. At that moment," just imagine yourself looking at the stars. At that moment, one imagines that one stands on some small spot on a planet moving through space and gazing at amazement at the cold yet profoundly moving beauty of the eternal, the unfathomable. Life and death flow into one, and there is neither evolution nor destiny, only being. So it's come into our being. Know that we're forever beings. Know that we're part of creation, and know that it's not only time to make contact, it's time to realize who we are as these infinite beings that are already in contact. We're in contact with eternity and the eternal, and all the things we have always been hoping are right here at our fingertips once we get over the programming and the conditioning that we are are wonders, we're miracles, we're walking phenomena that's equal to anything we'll see out there. So we'll pick up more next week. This has been a great overview of the situation. Thank you, Scott. Look for my book, Making Contact. Mark, hope to see you soon. Keep smiling, which you just can't help. Thank you, Scott and Deborah. Another amazing show. It's a cultural phenomenon. We are wrapping it up. We're delivering something to the public that is sorely needed to take us into these new realities. And so welcome, everyone. Thanks for hanging in there. It is our time. This is the citizens movement. Mark, we're going to go forward. Me and Mark are UFO evangelists, and we're going to hit the road and bring it out to the world. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Deborah, Whitley, everyone.
Thank you, Alan.
Okay.
I love the enthusiasm of our panelists. I mean, it's pretty infectious. Alan and Zenka and Bridget and Mark, obviously, and Whitley. You know, everybody just brings Jimmy. Everybody brings so much energy and so much enthusiasm. So, Mark, do you want to tell people? We're going to transition. I'm going to introduce Fanny and Vigari to play some music, but tell people what's going to be taking place next or very soon.
Well, I'm going to be leading a CE6, and this is a new category of human-initiated contact that I coined last year at the Harmonic Convergence, and it's global synchronized contact using any modality that we wish. So some people like the CE5 meditation protocol, what's called the conscious thought sequencing that Stephen Greer developed and I learned, and it was the first method that I used successfully. But I've also evolved. I've learned other methods that work for me and bring me to that place where I feel best about reaching out, both consciously and with my heart, to make contact. And so I like to share this with people. I've had a lot of success with it, and a lot of people have adopted it because it's so powerful. And I call it the Hue meditation. I actually went back in 2012, when I had my contact experience with Tejbar, I had finished the 13 days of communion with him, and he left me. And there was a period of integration after he left me, where I was, kind of on beginning my spiritual quest to try to understand some of the things that he had left me with, and I wanted to confirm them. I was wondering about my sanity a little bit, and I wanted to confirm some of the things that he had shared with me. And along that journey, early on, I joined an organization called Ekankar at the behest of Tejbar. He suggested that I join. And since I was an atheist my entire adult life, and never in my life had I voluntarily joined a religious organization, this was the first time I did it. As a 50-year-old man, I joined Ekankar, this very relatively small religious community that happened to have a X center nearby. And I went in and introduced myself, and I got a quick education on some of the central beliefs and tenets. And their main spiritual practice is doing something called singing the Hue. And it's spelled H-U, but it's pronounced like the word hue, like the color hue. And they consider it a love song to God. So here I am, an atheist, having gone through this spiritual awakening, and still conflicted about my ingrained atheistic philosophy, and trying to recalibrate my worldview and my spiritual identity, which I had never had before. And I walk into Ekankar, and their main spiritual practice is singing this note together for 20 minutes. And these amazing things began happening when I did this. The first time I did it with a group of Ekas, that's what they call themselves, I had this visceral experience in my third eye very much like what I had experienced back in Borrego Springs when I had contact with Tejbar. So I took that as a sign that this was a powerful method for connecting to consciousness and to maybe higher spiritual beings. And I was an Ekis for 2 years, and then I left Ekankar because I felt I had done enough there that I wanted to explore other philosophies of spirituality and do my own thing, which I felt I couldn't do within a structure of a established institution like that. So here I am, and so we're going to be singing this, and we're going to do this for 20 minutes. It involves a very specific kind of breathing technique, and that's really critically important because what I've discovered through my research, and this isn't something that I invented or, I was trained by other people. I don't think I discovered anything. I've just maybe rediscovered things that other people have already discovered. Like there's a man named Wim Hof, who is Scandinavian, and he does this breathing technique, and he talks about how that activates the cells in the body. And I believe we are a type of technology. In fact, we're not just a type of technology, we are the technology. And this is one of the amazing things about disclosure that we will discover, is that we are a technology of consciousness. And we may very well find out that we have been created for a purpose, a study of consciousness, and that there's something pretty amazing about discovering the fact that we have been created in a very interesting way by maybe some of these beings that are eagerly awaiting our invitation to meet with them. And so I've given you some clues to what I think is what's in store for us in the coming years. And I couldn't be more excited about it. So this Hue meditation is basically a way to make contact. It's that simple. It's a way to make contact, and it's really important to breathe deeply. And then as you sing the note, sing it with emotion. What I do is when I breathe in, I feel my chest expand with air, but I feel like it's love. And part of that is just the way I think about it, that, air is one of the elements, one of the fundamental elements that come out of many esoteric and traditional indigenous beliefs, that air is this magical substance. And when I bring it into my lungs, and it's entering my body through my lungs and coursing through my veins to feed each individual cell of my body to wake it up, that is spiritual to me. And I can feel my body tingling after breathing and singing. And this, so, it's a feeling of reverence for all the cells in my body that make me this, that give me this body that I have, that I'm so blessed to have. And so it's a type of, ritual. It's acknowledging, the cells in my body that service me. And so there's a type of communion that takes place, and that just, snowballs into other things during this process. So 20 minutes of this breathing in through the nose, out through the mouth. And when you sing that note out through the mouth, I feel like the love is built up in my chest. And now I sing this love song to the prime creator, to the, the whatever it is that has had a hand in our creation, or is the cause of our creation. And I'm just so grateful for being alive. So that feeling is generated through this breathing exercise. And I sing the love song. So that's what we're gonna do.
Okay, so I want to give everybody a chance just to kind of get ready for that. And I want to, but before that, we're gonna have some really beautiful music. Just in that way, people can get up, make some tea, listen to the music, get ready for this very beautiful experience. And so I chose our friends Fanny and Vigari to provide the musical transition between the main show and Mark's CE6. And they are quite exotic. They also known as the Mystiques. And we love their music. It's very celestial and just the perfect way to get us ready for this incredible experience with Mark. So welcome, Fanny. Welcome, Vigari.
Thank you, Scott. Can you hear us well?
I can hear you. Fanny, give me a say hello.
I say aloha, baby.
Aloha. Have you enjoyed the show tonight?
Oh, it's been just wonderful, just amazing.
It was fantabulous, totally connected with everyone. It was just really uplifting and just something we really needed to hear.
Great. Well, we're looking forward to hearing your music. And we might even have a special appearance of the Mystic Abbot doing a little dancing to your music, because we got to have a Saturday Night Live where we see, Jerry dancing. So everybody feel free, get up, dance to the music, and take it away, Fanny and Vigari.
Yeah, thank you. And also thank you, Mark Sims. We're also beginning to follow Wim Hof, so thanks for that mention there. Anyway, this song we're going to do, it's about exploring the outer limits of our three-dimensional existence, just with a sense of curiosity and wonder about what's out there. It's called Gateway.
You two are so beautiful, just so beautiful. And people really enjoyed that music a lot. It's very soothing, a lot of people said. And I do want to let people know how you can get more. If you go to starchild.ca, that's the main website, and maybe / mystical harp music. But there's a lot, and they do a lot of wonderful things, parties, online events. So definitely, let's always support our musicians. And we really appreciate Fanny and Vigari very much. And I certainly know that you'll be back on the show, and stick around and enjoy the CE6 now. Let's all take off together, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
And I am going to put the flash very briefly on Jerry. Jerry, there you go. We got to see, do one move for us, Jerry. There we go. There we go. We got to have a little bit of Jerry in every Saturday Night Alive. All right. All right, Mark. Well, the music really set the tone for us, so I'm turning it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you. That was lovely. Love the music. Glad you were joining us, and that really put me in a great mood, a great state of mind for doing this meditation now. Feel like I'm ready to go right into it. So let's find a comfortable place where we can either sit or lie down. And it's important just to be comfortable more than anything, and to, settle in, put your hands on your lap in any way that's comfortable to you. There's no specific position. And we're going to do a few cleansing breaths. So it's also nice to do this with your eyes closed. And when you take a breath in, we're going to take a few cleansing breaths. Let's go in real deep. And when you let it out, you don't have to really push out everything, but try to get out most of it. And then we'll do it again. So we'll do 2 or 3 cleansing breaths, and then we're just going to go right into the 20-minute meditation, or 20-minute Q meditation. And then we will end with a 5-minute contemplation. And again, when we finish after 20 minutes, you're kind of in this altered state of communion with the universe, with that unified field of consciousness. And just imagine that by being in this state of calm and quiet and contemplation, that you might just start to feel like you're connected to other beings, including everyone participating. All right, let's do this. Okay, everyone, let's start our 5 minutes of silent contemplation. Okay, everyone, that was 5 minutes. And as we come out of our contemplation, just take notice of how your fingers and your toes and maybe other parts of your body might be tingling right now. And just take a moment and close your eyes and try to think about the boundary of your body. If your fingers are tingling right now, do they feel kind of fuzzy? Do your toes feel kind of fuzzy? Do your knees and your elbows and forearms feel a little fuzzy? Is it tingling with us like an energetic field? Well, I can tell you right now that I'm tingling all over, and it feels like really something fluid and energetic. So just play with that idea, play with your body, and imagine, for instance, creating a little ball of energy between your hands and seeing if you can imagine that ball of energy being between your hands and feel it in your hands. Can you feel it? Just have fun with this kind of thing. All right, and anybody who's inclined, maybe go outside and look up in the sky and just ask them to show themselves to you. You might be surprised. All right, good night, everyone. I love you all dearly. We're all one family, and we are about to go through one of the most wonderful evolutionary stages of growth in ever.
Thank you so much, Mark. You know, as you just said, what I experienced was I kind of had like this almost dreamy like moments of the show, moments of tonight, and seeing how everybody's playing their role, everybody sharing their wisdom and the medicine, but together we're all waking up. We're just all waking up together, you know, and it's glorious. It really is glorious.
It is. It's really, really special. We are all very special. Every single one of us is a very special being.
One of our regulars is Ayada. She writes, I always feel a strong shift in energy when Mark is on the show. Always a kind of happy tingling. And then I get downloads of insight and information.
Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you.
There's a lot of wonderful appreciations coming through the chat box right now.
All right.
As always, I'll save it and I'll send it to you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you so much, Scott. Danny just made one of his famous black and white milkshakes, and
Wow.
I'm hooked on them now. So I'm going to enjoy my milkshake and just, you know, marinate in this beautiful evening that we created together. I just feel so connected to all of you, and especially to the panelists. You know, John Yost, what a powerful story he had to share, and for him to, you know, work so hard on this movie, Making Contact, and then you know, his other two films that he's coming out with, which are really autobiographical, really a powerful thing. I know a lot about his story and what he's doing now. And I can't wait to see it. I hope we get a chance to maybe have a sneak preview sometime. So John, I love you if you're still with us. I know it's late on the East Coast, so I don't blame you if you went to bed already, but thank you for being here. And to all the other panelists. And my brother in Sedona today Alan Steinfeld. I love you, man. You're just such a inspiration to me and so many others. And of course, Scott and Deborah, you are the wind beneath my wings. You know, all of you are, but especially you two. Especially you two.
You too, Mark. We love you very much. And
yeah, I've got mine. Do you got yours?
all right, everybody. And thank you. I just want to thank everybody who's still with 172 people in the Zoom room still with us. That's pretty incredible. And God bless. I know it's a lot of you on East Coast. It's late. It's late here on West Coast, but definitely East Coast. One woman from Stockholm said that she's stayed with us all the way through. The birds are chirping. It's morning now in Sweden.
Wow.
Rita, there she is right there, early morning here. So I'm going to walk my dogs and take a look up at the skies. So good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for Sacred Sunday. Linda Bender, bring your animals. That's here. We'll do some readings. And of course, next week, we're going to have continue this powerful conversation with Mark Sims and all of his friends. Good night, everybody. Good night, Jerry, the Mystic Abbot. Good night, Fanny and Vigari, who are still with us.
Thank you, Fanny.
All right, take care, everybody. I'm going to turn it off.
Good night.